So good morning, everybody. Bienvenidos. Welcome to the President of the European Parliament. I want to start by just saying that we are having a very difficult time in Spain today. We had a terrible storm in Valencia. There's still people missing. Our teams are working to help both our employees and our customers. And we would like to have a moment of silence to remember the families and those affected. Thank you very much. So we have the honor of having the President of the Parliament with us today. So I'm going to just make a very brief introduction to set the scene and the context of today's conference. We are going to think about what it means to grow in a world that is disrupted. We all know the challenges we face, the debt, demographics, defense spending, which has to go up, and of course, transition to green. And the issue here is that this has to be paid for. And the question is then who and how we pay for this. It is clear, I think, to all of us that given the levels of government debt, not just in Europe actually, but worldwide, it's about corporate profits and personal taxes. I just want to show here, this is one fact that we shared a few days ago when we presented our results. You know, it's important for us to remember that all the social services, all the education, and prosperity comes from corporate profits and personal taxes. Santander, as a group, globally paid 29%. That's over 4 billion euros in the first 9 months in corporate taxes. And obviously, where we say customers, that is loans, which also helps to power growth. And finally, shareholders, who are the ones that give us the funds. This is another fact for us to consider. If, since the turn of the century, Europe had grown as much as the United States, we would have 11 million more jobs and 300 billion more in taxes. That would help 60% lower deficit for Europe as a whole. And finally, I'm not going to give here all the answers, but I do want to propose some ideas. I think they're pretty obvious. We all know them. First is productivity, increasing productivity. Mario Draghi in his report and others have said this, would allow us to increase growth by 1.2%. AI is one of the things that could help us. A second idea for us to consider is a more balanced mandate to regulators, supervisors. This is not just finance, by the way. It's all sectors. Sustainable growth, I think, is something we all want. That is not the mandate that regulators have today in Europe. And this is just an example. Again, these are numbers from Draghi. 13,000 new rules, 5,500 new rules in the US in a comparable period. So we are making more rules and regulations. This is both laws and regulations that we have enacted over the past few years. Again, another idea, we're not saying to go backwards. We're saying let's take pause. Let's see what we've done together. A lot of good things over the last decades. Just as an indication of what's happening to the financial sector, today in Europe, banks account for 38 trillion in loans. Non-banks account for more, 42 trillion. Obviously, these are entities that don't have a direct relationship with customers. So how much of this is enough? That's another fact that I think is important. There are many opportunities. We all know that the transition to green will be a big item to finance, 2.8 trillion per year in clean energy investment, but also the transition from many brown sectors. And it's not just about Europe. If the world doesn't transition, and there are ways Europe can help finance that growth through banks and others, it's not going to work. And finally, this is something which has been going on for many years, a single market in services. Scale matters, and so we could have, I mean, the estimate, again, from one of the reports is that the effective tariff on Europe is about 100% tariff across European countries because of not having a single market. It's costing us a lot to not do this faster. Here is a summary. We can choose one or the other. I think we all agree higher growth is the only way to finance everything our economy, our citizens, our companies need. And there is a way to a positive flywheel, as you can see on the right, on the left actually, and on the right there is the one that is not very attractive. So as a summary, and I leave it here, we do have a choice. It's an urgent choice. I think Europe we need to together take action. Do we want higher growth and more prosperity, or the issues that we'll be discussing today that will eventually lead to less growth and also other issues for our society? So that is really it for context. Again, these are just facts that we should bear in mind. And please, Roberta, President, please, would you join me, and James? I said 5 minutes, that was 6 minutes.
Amazing. President Metsola,
Come to the Parliament, it'd be better.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome, and President Metsola. It's brilliant to have you here and starting the banking conference exactly as Anna says, trying to make sense of this issue. The theme today is growth in a disrupted world. I think lots of people like talking about disruption. Not enough people talk about growth. So I'm going to really, if we can, focus this time that we have on growth. And just let's pick up a point Anna makes at the beginning. This point that if Europe had been growing at the rate of the United States, more jobs, considerably more tax revenues. If you were in the IMF meetings last week, you saw the forecast for Europe is 0.8%, for the US 2.8% growth in 2024, admittedly Spain 2.9%. Why is Europe growing so slowly, and what do you think is the recipe for growth?
Well, first of all, let me join you, Anna, in expressing my condolences for what happened over the past days. And I came here also with a message on behalf of the European Parliament that we've been calling for many years now, quicker access to financing help for reconstruction of communities. And that is something we called for, especially if we saw the increase in climate disasters that we've been seeing, especially this summer in Central and Eastern Europe. What we've done is going to be possible to do here in Spain. There are many answers, or let's say hypotheses to your question. We tend, on a European level, to blame the capitals. Capitals tend to blame Brussels. A legislation comes and goes. We run campaigns. I'm a politician, I run a campaign. You give your commitment to essentially reply to what Draghi asked us, what Enrico Letta asked us, who's here. Why do we say that we have a single market? We celebrate 30 years of a single market when it's not single. We have, especially in a post-Brexit scenario, when we saw the need to be at 26, much better than we were before, and we still are not. We are facing now a legislative plan which has a choice. Either we are going to focus on implementation of regulation, huge amounts of regulation that we've voted on and are now implementing, or continue to increase the number of regulation that is pushed through from the Commission through the Parliament. For us, it is clear, and this is not only in the financial sector and economic sector, that we need to stop and take stock. Have we gone too far? Have we gone not far enough? Have we gone too fast? And I'll give you a few examples. If it is still today impossible to finance the purchase of a property with a loan from another country, if ETFs are taxed much higher in some countries than they are in others, if you see here, the numbers show us for Spain, the limited growth potential for small and medium-sized enterprises. We talk a lot about our backbone of our economy, smaller companies. If you compare to the ability for you to create a small company, fail, start another one in the United States, we are still extremely far away. So unless in this mandate, and we cannot wait for another mandate, another election to come and go, and we say, let's finally complete the banking union and the capital markets union, then I think we'll find ourselves in 5 years' time where the gap between us and the US is even larger.
So let's start with that. Why has it been so hard to deliver, in effect, a single market for money?
Now, we talk a lot about the elimination of borders in the European Union. We speak about having removed borders for free movement, for travel, for work, but that's where it stops. Access to finance and ability to move money from one country to another is still too difficult. The potential for growth between certain countries in Eastern Europe, and this is against the backdrop of security, etc., but let's keep that separate, to countries that are essentially conservative in the way they grow their banking sectors, they give the possibility for new sectors to open, is essentially the biggest barrier. And we have been, and I've been present in meetings where prime ministers, so heads of government, have changed their position completely from when they first took office. And whereas before they were more eager to say, look, I need to, if I can say this, I've been told to protect the banks in my country first, and then look elsewhere, those have changed position because they see the growth. Anna mentions the disparate in numbers between what we saw in the United States and what we see today, comparing, JP Morgan, for example, to the largest European banks, and what we've done today to make it possible. If we see the next 5 years, what will happen as we continue to be squeezed between, two examples, the Inflation Reduction Act, our reaction to that, delayed reaction, hoping that it was a climate piece of legislation rather than what essentially was something that looked at protecting the US industry, to, on the other hand, Chinese subsidies on steel, on vehicles, on solar panels. And I think it will be essentially a realization, and perhaps by accident we've been thrown into this because we've had a war, we have a completely disparate energy system. We realized day one of the pandemic that we were absolutely disunited in how we would address a common challenge. Is that because of these, I would call them accidents, we've realized that we have the capacity and political will to act. And it is that political will that we will need to have serious, achievable, and ultimately implementable plans.
So Anna, I mean, you talked about banking union and capital markets union for years, not least at this conference. What difference would it make, do you think, to growth? And are you losing any optimism that it will ever happen?
Well, first of all, I'm delighted that the President of the Parliament has said, and there's a lot of people here and on the record, that there is a need to pause on all the rules we're enacting. I think that's what you said, and really understand what the ones we've approved so far mean, right? What the consequences are. So no, I do think that there are certain things we can do in Europe that are not that difficult and could have a huge effect. Some of them are high level and some of them are very pragmatic, right? At a high level, I think, and this is a commission and a government mandate, what is the mandate for regulators and supervisors? Not just financial system, across all sectors. So the mandate today, for example, for the financial is, price stability. One of the reasons that I believe, there are many others, several others, that in the US, the mandate is sustainable growth. There's a debate to be had. It's not for us, it's for governments to decide, but does it make sense, as we find ourselves in the lowest growth for decades in Europe and the world, to go to a mandate that is sustainable growth? This is one of the things that could make a big difference because people do what they're told and the mandates are very important. There's a second one which is very pragmatic, which is securitizations. Capital markets union, single market, we all want it. But realistically, when is that going to happen? I've been around for too long now. I've heard too many speeches, too many ideas, and it doesn't happen. So securitization is a very simple way. In Europe, we do, the last few years, 0.4% of GDP securitizations, US 4%. This is billions in additional funding that could be unlocked, and funding means investment, investment means jobs, jobs mean profit, and profit means taxes where we can fund. Because as I said, governments have too much debt already. It's difficult for governments to take on more debt. We need to unlock private investment.
And what's the obstacle in Europe to securitization?
Excuse me?
What's the obstacle in Europe to securitization?
Thank you.
Not you.
Welcome.
No, sorry.
Welcome.
No, not you. I'm saying, no, please. I'm not saying it's you. I'm saying I would love you to help me on this because this is a mix of, laws and regulation.
No, but that's what I mean. It's a regulatory, it's a legal framework issue, Anna. It's not a,
It's a combination, I believe, of both Brussels and regulators.
And lack of political will. I mean, if I can finish Anna's sentence.
And President Metsola, can I just ask you that, can we just deal with this, the sustainable growth mandate question? So we haven't really talked about this within the EU for years. We've looked across the Atlantic at the Fed and other regulators where there is this, balance between effectively growth and inflation. How do you deal with the requirement on regulators in the EU to have an eye at all times to growth?
Well, I think that it comes back to what we mean by sustainable and what do we mean by growth. And even there, you will find different perceptions in different countries of what it's meant. Does it mean growth of the economy at any cost? Does it mean completely separating what we mean by the green transition to the digital transition? Does it mean that when funds are allocated for recovery of economies after a very long stagnated period of non-growth, money that goes straight to government or money that goes to allow for the creation of more private investment? In some countries, and especially in the more emerging economies, that has been a little bit more flexible against the backdrop of lack of regulation, actually, but the EU has managed to shore up the structures there. But when compared to the older economies, the more developed sectors, in a lack of political will to change the barriers, to change the goalposts. And there, I think it's essentially, and when I finished Anna's sentence by saying lack of political will, is because we have had too much of a divide between political leaders that are going from one crisis to another, whether an environmental one, a health one, an energy one, a problem with the neighbor, to actually looking at each other and saying, how are we going to manage to create, how long have we talked about it, a digital currency? How long have we managed to make it better and easier for you to move from one country to another, not only physically, but economically? So for me, if you ask me what sustainable growth is, it is the possibility for everybody to be able to be brought up. In other words, countries that are sluggish, you look at countries that sluggish, if you look at countries that 10 years ago, Greece, for example, that is a perfect example of how you can manage to stabilize the political system, stabilize the economy, and have a path for growth. And that path for growth, in some of the countries, it's much larger than others. In some others, it is a larger, let's say, jump because of a disproportionate lack of growth during the COVID pandemic. But at most, I think, and this is where Anna and all of you here could help us, is by saying this piece of regulation, this proposal that is being cooked up in a tower is not good for us.
So,
at the end of the day, that could actually apply to most legislation that comes to us. And by the time we come to the vote and when we say, is this going to work? Is this going to make essentially the lives of our citizens better? Is this going to make our citizens more prosperous? We find ourselves very often at that point when we say, actually, not really, but it's too late.
Well, let's talk about AI legislation, regulation, and competitiveness. Competitiveness in a global context. Because Anna picked up on your point about a pause. I was struck by what you said about member state leaders beginning to say, actually, maybe it's time to think differently about banking union. One of the complaints, as you know, from the tech sector has been a reflexive regulation around AI in the Parliament and in the Commission. And I wonder whether you think the view is changing there too, that people are beginning to think more about investment in AI as a productivity driver.
So I think this was a case in the run-up to creating what is essentially the first ever in the world AI legislation. And to be fair, it is being looked at actually by other jurisdictions as to whether they should go down the same route, etc. And it was a question of, will we wait for us to have to regulate in a reflexive manner or try to preempt? And what was the balance we found? Jury's still out on whether we found this balance, not implemented yet, is that can what is something that is essentially growing, that is going to take over a big chunk of our lives, that is going to take over the way the world works, be regulated or not? If it were not to be regulated, would we lose out? Or if we had to regulate AI, and here the European Parliament came in also with an angle of, from an electoral point of view, voter manipulation, manipulation of behavior, making sure that the tools are not used for abuse, privacy, etc., are we going to lose out against a very fast-paced US economy and investment in new companies? My problem, or at least my concern, is that we could have the first ever piece of legislation, but if that is going to stifle innovation and creativity, if we are going to remain the continent, again another example, with the largest number per capita of patents, but none of which are followed through in our continent, then are we restricting ourselves in the first place? Now, jury's still out there. This is a piece of legislation that is being looked at, and you see it, you know, the Australians, the Canadians, the Americans are interested in how we've managed it. We will have an overarching agency that will look at the implementation with individual member states nominating, but even there, we have a classic situation where member states will send their AI experts. Big difference between those member states that have deregulated this part and left AI to, for example, universities, research banks, or completely government top-down implementation of AI regulation in the legislation. It is going to be difficult to predict, but I still would not, let's say, throw out the legislation as not being the potential for seeing the EU having possibility of being more competitive.
So let's talk about global competitiveness, Anna, because obviously I look at what's happening with Santander, open bank launching, the growth of what's happening in the United States. When you look at the European economy, how worried are you about this level of growth? And what, given, I know I'm going to ask you about an election coming up next week, but there's a new European Commission coming in at the beginning of December. What would you want to see that group do that would make a difference to this growth rate?
So you mentioned the election and you mentioned AI. So I think whoever wins the election in the US, I hope I'm wrong on this, but I think fragmentation, I think America first is a question for both parties, not just one party. So I think whoever wins, fragmentation will not get better. Hopefully not much worse, but there's potential. The second thing is that given that fragmentation, sometimes I hear that through the banks, we might incentivize third-party countries to do the right things on climate. That as we, by regulating and using soft power on the banks, we will make countries outside Europe change. That's not going to happen, and that's going to happen even less in the future. So our regulation and the way we supervise different sectors runs the risk of creating a bigger gap between our growth rates and, let's say, the US. And so I think AI is important, but I think you mentioned that, or you hinted at that, is that we're trying to regulate ex ante in this case. And in some cases, for example, the threshold on computational power that is being set is already happening with current models, right? And so there's the risk again that AI harms Europe through the regulation and supervision on banks. Like, self-driving cars, it's a given that if they make a mistake and sadly run somebody over, it's a much bigger issue if it's a machine than if it's a person. It's going to be a much bigger focus. So we have to be careful not to, again, make things worse. And this is really what I think we should have a pause and say, okay, as we do this, what does this mean for different regulated sectors across Europe?
Just to explain, when you talk about a pause, what do you actually mean? Do you mean sort of everyone says, look, we're going to do a full review of regulatory impacts? I know Mario Draghi talked a little bit about this, but what do you actually mean?
Well, it's not easy, and there's different political goals in the Commission and across different countries, but at the end, it's really being fact-based. What are the consequences? Really working with the private sector. There's many rules. We can give a view. We can help governments. Governments can help us. We have great examples of how this collaboration and working together helps. In Spain, during COVID, we were the fastest country to distribute EU funds. Why? Because we work with the banks. We're the ones that know the customers. We can allocate capital in the right way. So actually, it goes to the most productive uses. It's an amazing example. And I think as we enact new regulation and supervision, I find sometimes we could have more interaction, with transparency. We're not trying to influence, and it's a much more transparent way of actually trying to get to the right outcome for citizens. I just feel sometimes we try to, things get done that have different consequences from the original intent.
And I think from a legislative point of view, and this would be sort of an ex post analysis of where we've been, is that we find ourselves very often in a situation where we see how a piece of legislation has been or has not been implemented in 27 member states. And we realize immediately that it's impossible. And that if we are not willing ourselves to admit that we went too far or we're asking for the impossible, then we're only going to create another problem by imposing the next piece of legislation, which will be even more impossible to implement. And I think this is self-inflicted. First of all, the impact assessments that we carry out before we propose legislation. Which country is in our focus when we propose that legislation? There are some categories of legislation that work very well in very developed economies, but will not work or be implemented well in a country that is extremely preoccupied by a war in its neighborhood. And this is something that perhaps pause would also mean taking stock in a situation where last mandate was hell.
Yeah.
It was hell because everything that we started with in 2019 was upended within a few months and is still being upended. And if we're not flexible or agile enough to say, look, member states need more time to implement the structures that they need or spend the cohesion funds on what? Can cohesion funds be used to address natural disasters? Some things until a few months ago were unquestionable. I mean, you couldn't even ask them, but today we are. Yeah. And that is also kudos to the current leadership that is doing that, and what was previously never done. In other words, you'd say, those are the rules, you need to do them, otherwise we'll take you to court.
President Metsola, can I just finish up by asking you a question as a politician who deals with a lot of politicians from a lot of political parties? And it's not to ask you to predict what's going to put it mildly, not to predict what happens on Tuesday. We have Jim Messina here. We'll ask him to predict what's going to happen on Tuesday. But Anna's point about fragmentation seems like a very big one, whoever wins. And what do you think is the impact, if you like, of the new politics of the United States? What's the impact in terms of continental competition, protectionism, fragmentation, a sense of a European Union that needs to compete as a bloc with, as you say, China and the US. How do you see that impacting politics and politicians?
So no matter what happens on Tuesday, we will have a new president in January. And that matters because the administration will, in any case, be different. I mean, I'll leave it to the experts to go into details, but we should not be naive into thinking that the last 4 years were perfect for the European Union and the next 4 years will be, who knows. From a European Union point of view, what I would say is that we need to look and get our house in order. I'm very, I was relieved, in fact, to hear the new UK administration to come to Brussels and say, we want a reset, we would like to start talking again. We are aligned on security, on global growth, on competitiveness, on Ukraine, etc., on China. So that is where I think Europe can regain its strength, because otherwise, even if we discuss, and we haven't even talked about India here, in terms of being squeezed out from not being able to find the 2 feet that we need to stand on. Now, as a result, fragmentation at home is also something we need to deal with. We cannot only say that the Congress will be evenly split, the Senate is a toss-up. That makes a difference actually to us as parliaments, because when it came to passing the big financial programs for Ukraine, for example, we needed to see what was happening in Congress, is that we are in a period in the European Union where the long era of government stability is over. You know, the 16 years of Merkel that we used to look at and say that's where Europe is going or that's where Europe would like to go is no longer a conversation we have. Prime ministers have extremely flimsy coalitions, very difficult to sustain, sometimes impossible to have a position that is united on practically anything because of an inability to have strength at home. Now, where the parliament that I lead comes in, we are 720 members. Big rise of the extremes, but not without a potentially solid majority in the center. And I say potentially with care, because that majority, the pro-European majority, and with understanding, you know, this was a very difficult election for us, and the frustration that was expressed by our young people, by our agricultural sector here, by the need or the wish, if not desperation, of our citizens to ask us in Europe to tackle migration as a European challenge, to tackle access to finance as something that they want easier, to have better access to housing, anything. That will only be possible if the parliament is not fragmented. Because you can, of course, vote for somebody as a point of protest, but that person is not going to deliver something that makes your life better. So our responsibility is to actually say, look, there's a piece of legislation that's coming through. Do we have a majority for it or not? How do we amend it? How do we leave it? And that kind of move that we make is how it's going to determine the legislative path that we take over the next 5 years. And on most of these subjects, what we realize as politicians, back to this, is that our colleagues across the pond deal with the same issues. Of course, yeah. That the frustrations that citizens have with our policy or with what we are not doing is definitely not their fault, but our responsibility to tackle. And that, I think, has taken us a very long time to understand. We spent for far too long, and I come from one of the centrist political families, that you spend a lot of time thinking our voters, no matter what, are going to vote for us anyway. We learned that the hard way. They didn't. And that's not because they think that others will do better policy, but because they just want to protest. And that protest is one thing we need to learn, not by blaming, but by conferring that responsibility onto us.
President Metsola, I'm only interrupting. My grandmother told me that you can't be in two places at once, but I think you are going to try and prove her wrong today, because you need to be on the other side of Europe at lunchtime. So I'm going to bring this conversation to an end. I want to say a huge thank you to you for making time to be with us all today, and Anna, a huge thank you to you too. Thank you very much. I hope you found this a very interesting. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, Anna. Thank you. I'm going to hand over now to the editor-in-chief of Politico Europe, Jamil Andolini, who's going to be talking to Nadia Calvino. Many people who've been to this conference before will know Nadia well. Now, of course, as the president of the European Investment Bank, is going to talk about, I hope, that most important ingredient in growth, investment. Nadia, very good to see you again. Good to see you. How are you? Good to see you.
I'll leave it here.
Thank you so much. Thank you, James. Thank you, Madam President, for carrying my notebook. Dear Anna, distinguished speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here. I'm Jamil Andolini. I'm the editor-in-chief of Politico in Europe. I have a broken kneecap. I write a lot of mean things about politicians in Brussels. It's a very brutal town, so you take of that what you will. I would just like to add my sincere condolences for the terrible events of the floods in the last couple of days as well. So we're here to talk about investment, to talk about the EIB's role, and where you think Europe is heading, where you think investment in Europe is heading. James Harding and I actually both used to work for a publication called the Financial Times. And when I think about what's happening in the world today, I think about this period from the end of the Cold War, around the fall of the Berlin Wall, till for about 30 years. We had this period, this very unique period, I think, in history of the financialization of everything, where you had dictators in Beijing, and you had bankers in Washington, D.C., and everyone was obsessed by GDP growth and financialization. It didn't really matter where you were. And then in the last 5 to 10 years, we've had really the politicization of everything. And I would count myself a leading indicator because I used to work for the Financial Times, and now I work for Politico, so I'm on trend. I just would like to ask you a bit, in the context of the EIB, it's obviously a somewhat political institution from the beginning, but do you feel do you feel that the political winds of the day are pushing your institution and similar institutions to be more political, to sort of to follow the political
Well, thank you very much, Jamil, and it's a pleasure to come back to the conference. And of course, I've already expressed publicly my condolences, and my heart is absolutely with the people that are suffering throughout Spain, really, because it has not only been in Valencia, many parts of Spain have been hit. But to come to your question, as financial arm of the European Union, I think the EIB has this very specific symbiotic nature, in the sense that the European Investment Bank is a very large multilateral financial institution with a 600 billion balance sheet, very profitable since its inception, I think very well run, very good risk management mechanisms, delivering for European citizens, but it is also a political institution, a policy institution, I would say, because it needs to drive European policies. And that explains why, going forward, climate change, number one, digitalisation, security and defence, supporting the agriculture sector, an impact-based policy outside the EU. We invest around 10% yearly outside the EU. So, it's only natural that both aspects, finance and policy, should come together at the EIB.
When you are looking at those investments outside the EU, how much pressure or kind of interest is there from the rest of the European Union institutions to compete, for example, with China, with its Belt and Road Initiative, to support the global gateway? How much are you kind of looking more towards that, more geopolitical?
Well, indeed, I mean, currently I think that the EIB has a very important role to play together with the family of multilateral development institutions in this disruptive world that we are living. Really, the global order is changing. We see it, under our eyes. And from this point of view, it is clear that we need to have more impact in our investments outside the EU. That means pursuing European priorities, but also it means getting more for the money that we invest. Let me give you an example. So we are financing large infrastructure projects like trains and metros in Indian cities. Okay, that's a project on the ground. But we also have strategic partnerships. Only this week we signed a partnership with the Worldwide Fund for Nature, precisely to develop nature-based solutions to protect ecosystems. Or we have a strategic alliance with the Vaccine Alliance to provide vaccine production facilities and finance them in Africa. So it is, I think, a very global mandate, which indeed is very much enshrined by Europe's values and priorities, no doubt about it. But may I add, I was listening carefully to the exchange that took place here, and I was thinking back to last week's meetings in Washington, and I was thinking, how would I summarize those discussions, which is encapsulating what has been discussed, and also your question to a certain extent. And I'd say there were 3 issues and 2 elephants in the room. 3 issues. First one is the global economy has shown remarkable resilience, but there are very important risks ahead coming from market fragmentation, of course, geopolitical challenges, tensions, and wars. Second issue was climate change and the increasing cost of climate change, which is becoming even uninsurable in some sectors like agriculture. That's an area that I think we have to pay a lot of focus to. And then thirdly, 80 years on after the Bretton Woods institutions were created, how do we build a new global governance, a new financial architecture that responds to today's realities? Those were the 3 key issues. I leave it to you to say, what do you think were the 2 elephants in the room?
China? Well, I don't know. Tell me.
I know, come on.
Trump and China.
Well, it's a good summary indeed. Yeah, I would say the elections in the US and the meeting of the BRICS countries that was taking place in parallel to the gatherings in Washington. But you summarized it with 2 words that are really,
I'm an editor.
headlines.
I cut things down. So.
Exactly.
You raise, I think, a very important point. You mentioned, I think something like 50% of your loans are to green industries. You're the first multilateral development institution that doesn't invest in fossil fuels anymore. I'm right. I'm doing your propaganda for you. But we've seen in this latest mandate in Brussels with this last election that the discussion has swung quite dramatically from the new Green Deal, which was really the sort of central feature of Ursula von der Leyen's last mandate, last term, is now, everyone talks about, as you know very well, competitiveness, which we have something signed earlier this year called the Antwerp Declaration, where many, many industries have said they believe in a green future, but it needs to be responsible. We can't have deindustrialization as a result. And so the pendulum has clearly swung back. And I want to ask you, are you being pressured, or are there discussions, since your sort of EIB's reason for being is to support the goals of the European Union, are you now seeing more interest in you investing in more legacy industries? Mm-hmm.
Well, 3 thoughts from my side. First of all, and the floods this week in Spain show that climate change is a reality. It is imposing increasing costs on our economy, so it is a no-brainer that we need to invest in this green transition, invest in resilience, invest in adaptation to climate change, on top of trying to mitigate climate change. And actually, this is not only the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do, because $1 that is invested into adaptation and resilience saves 5 to 7 in damages and repairs, and not to talk about those losses that are not repairable. So from this point of view, I think we have to keep the course and make this green transition a success. And I would add a European success, and that this comes to the point we need to really articulate a policy path which ensures that the 3 C's of climate, competitiveness and cohesion, make a successful transition in Europe. And the European Investment Bank is at the heart of it. We're currently more than 50% of our investments inside the EU go to the green transition, and we are investing in the large infrastructure projects. We just signed this week a very large investment in Spain, in the Canary Islands, for a state-of-the-art pumped water electric generation facility, which is going to be instrumental for the resilience of the islands, large infrastructures. We're also investing in the frontline technologies that are going to ensure that we move to a net zero economy in an efficient manner with productivity growth. And we are also investing in highly risky endeavors in many parts of Europe, precisely because that's the role of the bank, to take the risk that the financial sector normally does not take, supporting also the transition of the SMEs. And let me give you two examples, also recent examples. By the way, we are financing securitizations with Santander and many other banks to support green loans to SMEs, to support them in this transition. But the other example, or the other data that I think is quite interesting, we just published an investment survey that shows that more than 60% of European companies are investing in the green transition, and more than 70% in digitalisation. So I think the private sector is getting on with it. We can have a lot of debates on the political and the policy priorities and the legislation, but the reality, I think, is quite stubborn, and the reality shows that the companies are understanding this is a no-brainer. We need to move ahead.
So some people might have heard me say this before, but I like to refer to Brussels, where I live, as the Silicon Valley of regulation. And as we heard from the President of the Parliament, there is a lot of innovation when it comes to regulation, not so much in the implementation and less in actual innovation. So how can EIB and how can other financial institutions, but particularly EIB, how can you foster genuine innovation and put Europe somewhere closer to where America, even China and other places are?
Yeah. So first thing that I will do with the new commissioners, and this is I am really disclosing this because we're in petit comité and there's nobody here that is going to forewarn them. First thing I'm going to give them is a low-hanging fruit of reducing red tape and simplification, because it is clear that we need to, I don't know if it's taking stock, but it's clear that we need to be fast and agile in reducing complexity, and from this point of view, the EIB is the main mandate enforcer from the European budget, and we enforce over 80 mandates. We produce more than 400 reports a year. There is, I think, a lot of low-hanging fruit and a lot to gain in simplifying this to the benefit of the final beneficiaries, in terms of cutting down bureaucracy. This is just an example, but I'm sure there will be many other examples that the Commission is going to surely lead in the next mandate. And Mariette McGuinness is here, so I'm sure she will take this flag and carry it forward wherever she will be in the next mandate also. Second thing that we are doing is responding to this Draghi report and seeing how can we deepen integration of capital markets in Europe. Well, the EIB is in itself a capital markets instrument because we issue European signatures, European bonds to finance European investments. We channel savings to investments, productive investments. So we're working in an action plan to try to foster this capital markets union. And Enrico Letta, who is also here, he's heard me some of the ideas that we're working on, having to do with pumping up the European Tech Champions Initiative, which is mobilizing and trying to nurture the European ecosystem of venture capital, creating an exit fund so that we can also support the exit of initial investors and make sure that European startups can grow and prosper and become large companies in the EU. They don't have to look for the financing outside. We're also trying to see how to gear up the green and digital bond market. There are many initiatives that we're working on, and I think now is the time to try to drive them so that we can mobilize more investment and ensure that ideas, companies, technologies that are born in the EU can remain in the EU. And there are many good companies, ideas, and technologies that are actually developed in the EU. I want to leave you with this very positive message. Actually, the EU is a powerhouse in many areas, and we have a very strong basis on which to build.
I sat next to, last night at dinner, a very interesting, you know who I'm talking about, probably Italian investor, big investor, and I asked him, what do you think the chances? Capital market union, everyone's talking about it now, capital market union, banking union. He said zero chance. So what's your in this next 5 years, what do you think, and I agree with him, by the way, so
Okay.
having only lived in Brussels for 3 years, but tell me what you think the chances are.
Well, I mean, I've been around, as Anna was saying, for very long. I've been a regulator, I've been at the European level, then a minister at national level. I invested a lot of personal energy in trying to finish the banking union, the capital markets union. And I think there is political momentum. There is unanimity on the side of experts, and there is political momentum. And I'm sure we see it now with the declarations that are being prepared for the European Council. I'm sure that our leaders are going to try to drive this forward and say this is a top priority, let's get it done. Now, since I am no longer around that table, what I'm trying to do is to work bottom up in deploying instruments that can actually facilitate this. I am very much a do person. Let's do it. And so from the perspective of the European Investment Bank, I think we can rally national promotional banks, we can rally financial operators to try to actually get things done, like scaling up venture capital markets, like channeling savings towards productive investment, seeing how to mobilize and crowd in private large institutional investors. So I'm very much on that note, trying to complement whatever comes top down in the next mandate, which I hope is going to be more than 0%, actually.
Hope more than zero, that's good. In the green room before we came out, I had a wonderful, brief but wonderful discussion with Enrico Letta, who also has a very influential, very important report out recently. And I thought he had a suggestion that was just beautiful, in my opinion, in its simplicity. And if I was to summarize as a good journalist, he was talking about rebranding and if I've got it wrong, he can tell you later I got it completely wrong, but what I heard from him was rebranding the Capital Markets Union as the Savings and Investments Union. And as a journalist who has to wade through bureaucraties and eurocraties every day and all these weird slogans and different wording in Europe, I love this idea of just a simple rebrand. When we start to talk about things as they really are rather than in the language of the Brussels bubble, maybe that can help to improve. So what do you think of that, the rebrand? Savings and Investment Union, not Capital Market Union.
Two things. First is I absolutely think that we need to communicate better and we need to bring citizens with us. When we're talking about the climate change and the green transition, when we're talking about financial integration, we need to explain what's in for the citizens and how is this going to improve their lives. Secondly, and you, Enrico, you have to forgive me, I don't think Savings and Investment Union is a sexy headline for citizens to be attracted. So we have to think more about it. Maybe you can help, actually,
that's what I'm good at, yeah.
Camille, in finding what would be an attractive motto. That's why I'm trying to explain what we want to do from the European Investment Bank in clear ideas like this one, like we want European startups to be able to grow and prosper in Europe. You know, that I think everybody will understand. And we need to think about this kind of ideas or expressions that are really more attractive. I can only agree, but I have not succeeded. And my team here from the IB knows from day one, I've been asking all of us to put our brains together to think about a better expression. In the absence of that, that's why I continue to say Capital Markets Union, but I'll take over, whatever comes.
We'll go back to the drawing board. we can't, I think, end, we've got a couple of minutes, but we can't end without talking about the elephant you mentioned, the orange-haired elephant in the room. What happens if Trump wins next week? For EIB, but also more broadly for Europe.
No, but I think the previous discussion here is quite right in saying, no matter what happens, the transatlantic relation is absolutely strategic for Europe. So we have to continue to build a world, you know, which is trying to focus on the elements that tie us and that we have in common with our US partners. And so we will need to work with whatever administration comes. And secondly, and this is a bit more of a personal reflection as a follow-up of the discussions in Washington last week, and I just saw Klaas not here, so I would be interested to hear, Klaas, if you saw things as I have, you know, in terms of the summary. I think it is extremely important that the US understands that the global order that has been running the world since the end of World War II has greatly benefited the US, has greatly benefited the interest of democracy and liberal democracies in the world. And so it's very important to lead discussions that are on what the new global order is going to look like, you know? So institutions, for example, like the World Trade Organization, like the WTO, have been instrumental, you know, this in the last years. We have to see what we want to do with these organizations, support, adapt, reform. Likewise, with the Bretton Woods institutions, 80 years on, they have brought growth, prosperity throughout the world, financial stability, and these are key elements, indispensable elements for peace, actually. So we need to continue to lead the process and do not just, you know, think inward and think that things are going to be solved and going in the right direction automatically, because I think they will not. But let me leave you with a positive idea. I really want to finish on a positive note. I do think that Europe has a lot to give in building this new global order. I think that, I hope that the US will understand that they need to continue to lead the discussions and the world, the discussions that are taking place at the global level. And I am persuaded, you know, that humanity has gone through lots of crises, but we have found a way to move ahead in a positive direction. And I'm quite, I hope that we will continue on that track. From the European Investment Bank, we will do our utmost to contribute to growth, prosperity, stability, and peace. No doubt about it.
Madam President, thank you so much. Wonderful.
Thanks to you. Yes.
Well, hello, everybody. Before we go to our next session, let me say a few things that probably you know. I mean, it's coming a little bit late, but I want to ensure that I say it. That is more housekeeping related. First of all, if someone wants to connect, use Wi-Fi, please use your password that is in the badge. Second, I mean, if someone needs translation, I mean, you have it at the entrance. And then, I mean, just to, as a reminder, I mean, this conference has been, it's been in streaming right now. Then it can be followed by everybody. Then let me introduce the next session. And the next session is about a topic that is very high in the agendas, very high in the political agenda, very high in the economic agenda, and also in the private sector agenda, and it's geopolitics. Then, I mean, to talk about this, I mean, I have the honor to present for the second time, because it was in our conference last year, General Petraeus. Please come on stage. Welcome. Come. Former director of CIA, and will be interviewed by Alexandra De Hoop. I hope I have pronounced your surname correctly. That is president of the German Marshall Fund. Then welcome both. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. It's my pleasure to moderate this conversation with General David Petraeus, a distinguished leader with an exceptional 37-year career in the US Army, including commands in Iraq and Afghanistan, and as director of the CIA.
Greatest job in government.
Exactly. Currently, you are a partner at KKR, chairman of KKR Global Institute, and a Kissinger Fellow at Yale University. So yes, geopolitics is obviously no mystery for you. In today's rapid evolving global landscape, geopolitics has become a critical driver in corporate strategy, shaping reputational, financial, and human risks. Recent crises like the COVID crisis, the war in Ukraine, the conflicts in the Middle East have demonstrated that politics always prevails over economics.
Well, it does now.
It does now, but it didn't
10 or 15
previous years ago, and we'll get back
Right.
to that. What
Sure.
have we learned from these 10,
Yep.
15 years?
Yep.
And what I think is really interesting is that companies today, I will be blunt, are now facing a new responsibility, a new geopolitical responsibility, alongside their environmental, social, and governance commitments.
All they need to do is establish a KKR Global Institute.
Exactly. Companies today are key players in international relations and are forced to constantly adapt their strategies for resilience, supply chain restructuring, market diversification, regulatory vigilance. And so this requires a new form of flexibility and agility in the increasing uncertainty enhanced by the uncertainty of the geopolitical landscape. Let me do a military metaphor. I often compare risk management to a fighter jet's design. It has an internal fuel tank and an external drop tank. The internal fuel tank represents the core business risks requiring continuous management. It's the operational risks, it's the financial risk, the compliance risk, and of course, the human risk. The external drop tank are the less critical, but strategically important risk and disposable if necessary. So flexibility is a challenge, but it's a necessity for all companies, banks, financial institutions today. And so General Petraeus, I hope you will allow us and help us to dissipate some of this fog of geopolitics today. I will start with the general big picture question. It has become common to hear in policy circles, business circles, that geopolitics is back.
It's back with a vengeance.
Is it really back?
It is very much back.
Or have
the
not-
holiday from history is over.
Have we
Look,
been denying geopolitics? And what have we
No,
learned?
I think 11 and a
from
half
these past
years ago, when I joined KKR, Henry Kravis and George Roberts were once again ahead of the times, recognizing that geopolitics were going to loom ever larger in investment decisions, would cause more problems for the companies that we buy, and so forth. So we established the KKR Global Institute at a time when the world could be characterized as one of benign globalization. Economics drove geopolitics at that time. The barriers to trade, investment, capital flows, data flows were all being reduced, and globalization, measured by global trade, was going up like this. 11 and a half years later, again, the holiday from history is over. Geopolitics is back with a big vengeance. Geopolitics now very much drives economics. All of those barriers have been going up, have been increasing, and now globalization has become slowbalization, and within it is regionalization. And we're in years already into an era, a new era of protectionism and industrial policy. And that is a huge shift. And so you've now got to very much consider the geopolitical risks as you're conducting the diligence. We do that much more now than we did even 11 and a half years ago. A lot of this, of course, is about the further rise of China, the more aggressive actions by China on the world stage. It's also the first invasion of this type in Europe since the end of World War II, Russia invading its neighbor Ukraine, the renewed conflicts in the Middle East, all of which have implications for economics, trade, and therefore for investment. And again, you've got to be keenly aware, keenly attuned to this. So we've added this geopolitical risk assessment component to the traditional investment process with the deal teams. Also, as you mentioned, the environmental social governance issues analysis and the macroeconomic analysis, and we combine all of that at KKR. By the way, during that 11.5-year period, we've grown from 83 billion under management to over 623 billion. So actually more than the European Investment Bank, I realized. So it's been a period of extraordinary growth, but the geopolitical component has become much greater. The fact is that right now, we believe the world faces the greatest number of threats and challenges and the most complex array of challenges, certainly since the end of the Cold War, and arguably you can make a case since the end of World War II. So if you think of the West together, led by the US to be sure, as the guy in the circus who is spinning a lot of different plates simultaneously, these plates represent the different threats and challenges. There are more plates in that tent now than at any time, I'd argue, since the end of World War II at this point. And the biggest of those plates, the one in particular that represents the Western relationship with China, is bigger than all the other plates in the room combined and the tent combined. And that's one that we have to be sure doesn't even wobble if we can prevent it from happening. And that's where we have to ensure that severe competition, which is our National Security Advisor's description of the relationship with China, does not ever end up in real confrontation. And the way to ensure that that's the case, of course, is to ensure that deterrence is rock solid. Deterrence is a result of a potential adversary's perception of two elements, your capabilities on the one hand and your willingness to use them on the other. And that second component is really important. And in the book Conflict, again, that in fact I signed last year when I was here, and it's great to be back, of course. In that book, we make the point that what you do in one part of the world reverberates in others. And if you withdraw from Afghanistan when you really don't have to, we had a sustainable policy. Sustainability is measured in the expenditure of blood and treasure. We hadn't lost an American in 18 months, and the cost, 25 billion, whatever it was, out of an $800 billion budget was very affordable. I think that withdrawal actually was one of the elements that led Putin to think that he could get away with the invasion of Ukraine in a way that actually was not the case. But it was also seized on by President Xi, who said, see, can't get on the Americans, undependable partner. You should all recognize that. And by the way, look how it went. They're also a great power in decline. I don't believe either of those, but that action did give credence to that kind of statement, as did the red line in Syria some years back over chemical weapons that turned out not to be a red line, and some other actions. So we have to be really aware that what we do in one part of the world, if you don't do everything you can to help Ukraine in its hour of greatest need, fighting for its very survival and independence, why would they believe you're going to do something out in the South China Sea?
I think that's a crucial point, the interconnectedness
Same in the
between
Middle
the
East.
conflicts,
Yes.
between the theaters,
Right.
between the Euro-Atlantic theater, the Indo-Pacific
Yes.
theater, the Middle East theater,
Yep.
and so on that, let's zoom on Ukraine.
Sure.
How do you see the situation today in Ukraine and the end game from there? And how do you see the role of the United States evolving?
Well, the U.S. is crucial. We should acknowledge that the European countries in aggregate, when it comes to humanitarian assistance, financial and economic and security, have done more than the U.S., a bit more. But when it comes to the security component in particular, the U.S. is just obviously indispensable. And I think we should be doing even more. The situation in Ukraine right now is very challenging. I just made my 4th trip there in the last 18 months, came home about 4 weeks ago. The front lines are difficult for Ukraine right now. They're losing incremental ground every day. It's not strategic yet. It hasn't accumulated into that. But they've got to stabilize these lines at some point in time. The Russians have a huge manpower advantage, obviously. They outgun the Ukrainians. Now they're joined by North Koreans and millions of North Korean artillery rounds and so on. And yet we're restricting the use of our longest range systems on Russian soil when the Ukrainians are attacking every night in that soil. And the Ukrainians have crossed every red line that Vladimir Putin has established, and he never does anything at the end of the day. But we need to act expeditiously. This is going to be a very hard, long, cold, dark winter in Ukraine. The Russians have systematically attacked and damaged or destroyed every thermal power plant in the country, every hydroelectric power plant in the country, and now they're going after the transformers and the transmission infrastructure around the nuclear plants, because that's one of the big sources of electricity in Ukraine. EU is doing a wonderful job of providing additional several gigawatts, what it is, a day, but it will not be enough. That's going to be really, really hard, and there's a degree of war fatigue among the people that I experienced in this last trip that I've not seen before. We've got to get them hope back. I think what we should be doing is helping Ukraine to change the dynamic in the war. That's, I think, the realistic objective. And as a CI director, you learn that you have to deal with the world the way it is, not the way you'd like it to be. I'd love to see us be able to help Ukraine liberate all the territory that Russia occupies, some 18 or 19% of their pre-2014 territory. I'm just not sure that's realistic. But what needs to happen is to change the dynamic, to get Vladimir Putin to recognize that he cannot achieve additional gains at acceptable cost. That's really absolutely critical, because there's going to be no meaningful negotiations. The people that say that we're going to force Ukraine to negotiate, or we can change this in 24 hours or whatever it is, that's fantasy, I think, unless you're just going to capitulate. And that is not what we Europeans or Americans or NATO members or the rest of the Western world should want. We do not want to reward Putin for this outrageous, barbaric invasion that has been ongoing. But if you can stabilize those lines, and keep in mind that Russia has lost, killed, and seriously wounded 600,000 Russians. You know, having 5 combat commands as a general officer alone, and writing letters of condolence to America's mothers and fathers almost every night of those commands, I don't know how the Russian commanders and Putin can even deal with this, except to recognize that they don't care about their soldiers. That has to, at some point in time, be an Achilles heel for them. They cannot continue to take this level of casualties. Plus the bleeding of their economy. A lot is made that they've increased their growth. Yeah, they're just throwing massive quantities at their military-industrial complex. I don't think those are sustainable. The question is, when is the moment where they are no longer sustainable, and how do we hasten the onset of that moment? That has to be our objective, because again, if we can't do that right here in Europe's backyard, you know, Putin and NATO is riding relatively high. Keep in mind that the greatest gift to NATO since the end of Cold War is Vladimir Putin, who set out to make Russia great again, and what he's really done is make NATO greater. 2 more very impressive countries, by the way, Finland and Sweden. I had their forces under my command in Afghanistan. They're very highly trained, educated, well-equipped, and all the rest of that. I had them in the Balkans as well when I was there as a 1-star. So again, this is a really pivotal moment. We've got to do all that we can. Ukraine itself has to increase its force generation. That is their Achilles heel right now. They're still riding off the wave of patriotism of the first year of the war. Now they've got to do real conscription, build the infrastructure and the institutions to enable that. They passed the law finally, quite a contentious period some months back, and they've got to now generate those additional forces, train, equip, organize, and employ them. That's important, and we need to continue to help fuel their innovation. I've never seen innovation like the Ukrainians have underway. The partnership they have between those who design the unmanned systems, and by the way, it's not just air, it's also maritime and now increasingly ground. The designers, the manufacturers, and those who actually employ them is the tightest I've ever seen. They have a process now that is producing tomorrow's technology for today's war, in contrast to the legacy US process, which produces yesterday's technology for tomorrow's war. We have to make our own changes, and our Pentagon recognizes we need to do that, and they're embarked on this, but there's a lot of obstacles to that. This innovation is really the differentiator for Ukraine right now, given that they're heavily outmanned and outgunned. How does a country that has no navy as we know it, in other words, surface combatants, sink 1/3 of the Russian Black Sea fleet and push them out of the Western Black Sea? Aerial drones that find the ships, maritime drones made in Ukraine that go out and sink them. And so there's no Russian ships at Sevastopol for the first time in centuries, and they're out of the Black Sea, which enables Ukraine to export grain by the Black Sea, which is crucial to their fiscal bottom line and also to food security in Egypt and other North African countries. Throwing thousands of drones at the Russians in the front lines every single day. The more that we can enable this as well, absolutely the better. I spent an afternoon with the drone battalion. They have now not only an Army, Navy, and Air Force, they have an unmanned systems force. It's a separate military service, way ahead of the rest of us, and we need to learn from them in that regard. But again, the bottom line, we got to help change the dynamic in the war.
On the ground. Thank you so much. Let's move to the Middle East, and you've mentioned, the word pivot. It seems that the United States cannot pivot away.
We cannot. The pivot was a horrible word. Remember, I was also the commander in the Greater Middle East, and then, of course, CIA director. But I had 5 tours in the Greater Middle East in combat.
Yeah.
Plus, and when the word pivot has sent a shiver down the spines of our friends and allies, and then it gave hope to the enemy. And by the way, there's 3 rules for the Middle East that we used to have. Number 1 is never lose sight of who your enemies are and who your friends are, even if you have differences with your friends. And our friends are Israel and the Gulf states. The enemy is Iran, and don't confuse the two. Number 2 is Las Vegas rules do not apply in the Middle East. What happens there does not stay there. It tends to spew violence, extremism, instability, and as the Europeans know, tsunamis of refugees, not just into neighboring countries, but all the way into our closest European allies, causing all kinds of domestic political challenges. And then number 3 gets to this word pivot. The U.S. trying to leave the Middle East is like Michael Corleone trying to leave the mafia. You just keep getting sucked back in. And just recognize it, have an enduring presence that is as efficient yet effective as possible, and use the term rebalance to Asia, which we need to do. There's no question that the most important theater in the world, I would argue for all of the West, but certainly for the US, is the Indo-Pacific. But that doesn't mean that you don't have to do all these others. You have to keep all these plates spinning simultaneously that I described, and I believe it is very, very possible and imperative.
So you mentioned the Indo-Pacific. That's the 3rd feature. China obviously represents an existential threat for the United States. That's a term used in all of the national security documents. It's an economic tech,
It's the
security,
pacing threat.
It's the full package.
And you have to have,
and so how do you assess China's view and role in these 2 conflicts we just described, Ukraine and the Middle East? Because obviously
China's been decidedly unhelpful in Ukraine.
Yeah.
They're allowing components and spare parts, all the parts that are required for Russia's military-industrial complex to flow in. They're doing that actively. And then in the Middle East, again, they have influence, increasing influence, because of course they're importing vastly more oil. We're now an energy self-sufficient, not self-sufficient, we are an energy net exporter. We still need more heavy crude than we produce for our refineries, so we still are not completely self. But the US is far and away the energy superpower of the world now, just way, way beyond the crude oil and natural gas production, something that we never thought would happen. We didn't even have liquefaction plants when the energy revolution started about 10 or 15 years ago. We had regasification plants, so we had to retool. We are going to be the largest LNG exporter in the world, I think, as well, surpassing Qatar and Australia in a few years or so, which is really quite remarkable. But no, I think China is playing an unhelpful role, arguably, in both of those theaters. But let me come back to the Middle East just for one moment, because I think it's very important. First of all, we never can lose sight of how traumatic 10/7 was for Israel. And I've been there recently as well. I have a very close relationship with Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant and a lot of the old generals that are there. Keep in mind, the U.S. lost not quite 3,000 in the 9/11 attacks. The equivalent for us of what Israel sustained would be 40,000 killed and 7,000 taken hostage. You can't forget that. This is the worst day in Israel's history. It was also the worst intelligence failure in their history, a history that has some other intelligence failure, Yom Kippur War prominent among them. It's the worst military readiness failure. The response by the military was totally, wholly inadequate. And it was the worst political miscalculation at the very top, where the prime minister thought that Hamas was becoming a responsible stakeholder, a good neighbor, and appreciative of the additional worker visas and so forth, which they're actually using to conduct reconnaissance of the targets they would take down in that horrific, barbaric, but very, very diabolically clever and creative attack. My concern at this point is that while Israel has done enormous damage to Hamas, their objectives were to destroy Hamas, ensure that they don't govern again and get the hostages back. First of all, that's lacking a component, which is what about the Palestinians in Gaza? How do you provide a better life for them? The real problem, though, is that the campaign plan on which they're embarked does not achieve the destruction of Hamas, nor ensure that they won't have influence again. They're not going to govern again, perhaps, but they are still influential. What is actually running Hamas right now? It's basically guys with guns, criminals, Hamas remnants, which continue to reconstitute Palestinian Islamic Jihad remnants. So you have to have a different campaign design. You have to do what we did during the surge in Iraq, which is clear, hold, and build, not clear and leave, which is what we were doing during 2006, prior to the surge, as the civil war in Iraq, the Sunni-Shia civil war, escalated to terrifying levels. It's not popular in Washington, nor in Tel Aviv or Jerusalem. They have to reoccupy Gaza, I think, or you can never provide for a better future for the Palestinian people, nor can you ensure that Hamas is truly destroyed and not able to reconstitute and does not have influence inside that territory. If you don't do that, even controlling the southern border now, which I applaud, and they should never be forced to give that up. They should never allow the Rafah crossing in the south to be used to transit weapons, ammunition, explosives, the material that built the 350 miles of subterranean, not just tunnels, but underground factories in which they produce these rockets and drones and missiles and so on. They should keep that, and the tunnels that went under it, they've cut those as well. But they need to go back in a systematic way, clear areas, just go in a mile, east-west wall, couple north-south walls, create gated communities, such as we did on a near daily basis in Iraq, miles of wall. Walls actually do work if you don't have a 1,500-mile border with your neighbor, as we have in southern US. And then start to bring in humanitarian assistance in an organized fashion. That's not possible right now. Begin restoration of basic services, get people back in the area of their homes, even if they're damaged. Better makeshift or temporary accommodations for them, get them through the winter and so on. And then start to introduce trained and equipped in Jordan under US supervision, Palestinian security forces, and start to reestablish local governance and produce a better future for the Palestinian people. You just keep doing this all the way down. By the way, it's the only way you're actually going to prevent Hamas from reconstituting, truly destroy them, and again, have a chance of providing a better life for the Palestinian people. And that means it's the only way you're ever going to have a situation in which you have Palestinians living in Gaza in peace with their Jewish Israeli neighbors in Israel.
So, General, you mentioned the critical role of the United States in all of these conflicts. How do you see the upcoming elections potentially impacting the trajectory of these conflicts? What could potentially change and what will not change?
Sure. I mean, one candidate would represent much more continuity, obviously, than with the other. Although there has been a great deal of continuity from the Trump to the Biden administrations when it comes to the Far East in particular. Trump changed the conversation rightly on China. The Biden administration has fleshed out to be a truly comprehensive, integrated whole of governments, all allies and partners together, shored up alliances and so forth. But again, a return of President Trump would mean less enthusiasm, obviously, for Ukraine, less enthusiasm for multilateral organizations. The problem here, and anybody that tries to predict what the Trump policies would be, I think is really shooting in the dark, because we do not know who the key people around him will be. We don't know how the impact of, say, in Congress, a very strong bipartisan support for Ukraine, and allies such as Lindsey Graham, very close to Trump, but absolutely determined that we continue the policy and the support in Ukraine. So again, all of this coming together, I think, is really hard to predict, although I think clearly there will be a difference with respect to a return of President Trump to the White House, much more obviously than Vice President stepping up to become the president.
One last question. So we've discussed a very disruptive and certain geopolitical context, and it is rightfully so, but do you see among these risks and interconnected risks some opportunities?
Oh yeah, I mean, every risk has an opportunity, every single one. I mean, every development. So what we do in the KKR Global Institute, together with our global macro team and the ESG team, is identify, okay, so here's a trend, higher labor costs in China as an example. It's not a threat, if you will, it's just a reality. So who wins? Well, Vietnam wins. They've really benefited from this. India. You know, there's a recognition you shouldn't have all your manufacturing and assembly in one part of one country of Apple phones, especially if they shut you down for zero COVID for 5 weeks and no production is done. Well, where are the new Apple phones being produced? In India. And by the way, they're already starting to export substantial numbers. If you're concerned about the origins of supply chain items, friendshoring is a result of that. Who wins? Mexico, although not winning as much as they should because of the issues of the deterioration of rule of law and the populism in the federal government. So every one of these, we have one called the weaponization of everything. Everything is being weaponized. Well, that leads to the security of everything, and there are opportunities as a result of all that. So yeah, we spend a great deal of time trying to identify not just the threats, the challenges, the trends, the developments that are emerging, but then what does that mean in terms of opportunities where our deal teams should be seeking those. And that's how we target. We also look at countries that we think we should be in that we weren't. This led to KKR being the first into the Philippines in a really sizable way. And again, we do big deals, not small deals. And I think we've now done 6 or 7 quite large deals in the Philippines where we recognize that, yes, President Duterte is the president. Yeah, that's a headline risk, big time. But not really, unless you're in the drug business, the illegal narcotics business. If you're in the rest of the economy, we found out they have competent economic and financial team, all the major families, if you will, the major industrial partners, quite solid on that. Our embassy felt good. And so despite that headline risk, we went back years ago. In fact, my institute played a significant role in pushing for investment there, and now we actually have a team there and so forth. Lots of other cases of that, including, by the way, in the former Yugoslavia. We had a very large telecommunications, 1.5 billion, and we exited at 2 billion. Every one of those countries presented problems, but we were able to solve every one of those problems as well. So again, an awful lot of this is about identifying what are the implications of what we're seeing happening and then taking advantage of those, ideally, before others recognize those.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Great to be with you. Thank you all very much. Thanks so much. Very good. You did very well.
Thank you. Thank you both. Well, we have talked a lot about regulation during the morning. We touch on innovation. There is a lot of innovation going on, I'm sure that you know, in the finance sector, not only from bank side, but also from central bank side. And it's the combination of regulation and innovation will bring us to define what is going to be the future of finance. And this is what we're going to talk about in our next session, about the future of finance. And for that, we have Agustin Carstens, Managing Director of the BIS. And we have our CEO, Santander CEO, Héctor Grisi. Welcome on the stage, both. Thank you.
¿Dónde me siento? Thank you, Agustin. Please, over here. It's a pleasure being all of you basically know Agustin. He doesn't need a long presentation, but just let me give you a little piece of that. I mean, I respect Agustin for a long time, being a Mexican and all. I'm very pleased basically to have the chance to interview him today. Agustin, as you know, is a former governor of the Bank of Mexico. He has experience in the financial system since basically the 1980s when he started, as he went out of university. He has been a great leader in banking during this time. Over the past, since 2017, he has been the general manager of the BIS, to the Bank of International Settlements. And certainly, Agustin, the financial system has changed a lot, mainly in the past few years. Since 2017, when you joined, the speed has always been stronger and stronger. And now, in the final year of your term, there is a wide range of new trends that are shaping your industry, and you're very active on that. Digitalization is one that is redefining the nature of money. AI has a strong potential, basically, to transform the productivity and the products and the way we see the world in every meaningful way. Meanwhile, at the same time, we have the entrance of basically non-banks financial players, which has basically reshaping the industry in many ways, and is pushing supervisors to reassess what the effective regulation should look like, and that's a very important part of what you're looking at. So thank you very much for joining us. I think it's very interesting to have this conversation. I mean, the name and the topic of our fireside chat today was the future of finance, okay? I know it's an issue that you have been talking and discussing and thought for a long time, and it has been a key focus area from the BIS throughout you and the tenure of general manager. Why is the topic so important? How should the financial system should change? What's your view on that?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Hector and Ana, for having me here. It's always a pleasure to be here in Santander, being in Spain. I join those who have expressed regret for the natural disasters event in Spain these days. We are in a globalized world, and the best sign of it is that two Mexicans are talking in Spain in English. So that's the world we're living in. But we'll deal with that. So thank you very much for that question. I mean, certainly the future of finance is something that is constantly in our minds. I think a few years ago we got some surprises because out of, they say in the US, using baseball metaphors, out of right field, we got all this, all this very interesting trend towards cybersecurity, cyber currencies, and so on. It was an important wake-up call. I think in the financial industry, both in the banking system and in the central banking environment, we have been working for many, many years in terms of technology, but I think that we imagined a pace that was not probably adjusted to the speed at which innovation is evolving in the world. I mean, from cyber coins, we had stable coins, then we have open finance, we had some disasters there, and that trend is going on, no? So we have been trying to catch up and have, I would say, a broader view towards innovation. And that's a little bit what we're trying to articulate at the BIS. The BIS, which is the Bank of Central Banks, have put together the BIS Innovation Hub. We have already 8 innovation centers. We collaborate very actively with central banks. And we work in at least 6 fields: subtech, regtech, cybersecurity, payments, currencies, green finance, payments infrastructure. And I think that we're making big progress. Now, I think that we are still quite behind. I think, and when you talk about the future of finance, I think that iPhones are really an example to follow, you know. In an iPhone, you have email, you have WhatsApp, you have SMS, you can watch. I watched the World Series yesterday from my cell phone. You can have audio. You can do bank transactions. So you can do basically everything here. Now, what happened with this device in the last 15 years? What has been the magic of this? Is that they have managed to integrate the different systems. In the past, we had a messaging system. We had the phone. If you wanted to watch TV, you had to go to a room and watch TV. If you wanted to do a banking transaction, you had to go to some other place. What is really magic of this is that everything is interconnected. Now, why can't we aspire to have a financial system where financial services are user-centric? Because today they are not user-centric. Today they are purpose-centric, they are institutional-centric. We are here to serve people, the financial industry, and I think we have to have a user-centric approach. Now, how can we have a system where individuals can do transactions with the provider they desire at the moment they desire with the flexibility that it would be appropriate? And I think that's what we have to aspire. And for that, we need to have a vision, and that vision is what we are trying to articulate in at least in the BIS through different exercises.
It's quite interesting. I mean, this is exactly, I mean, you're talking it right. I mean, we that serve 160 million clients, that's a particular thing that we need to be focused on. Instant payments, for example, that's something that we have discussed with you in the past, in the sense, I mean, how do we do it? I mean, why do we have to basically have different systems, different things, in order to be able to make people's lives a lot easier? So that's why there is a lot of disruption in the system, and that's why we don't need to work together. Let me delve a little bit more deeply in what we call Finternet. I mean, what does it involve? What do you concretely see?
Yeah, the Finternet is a word that both Nandan Nilekani and myself coined. Mm-hmm. Nandan, as you know, he's the chairman, or was the chairman of Unisys, a brilliant technological mind. So I got together with Nandan and said, Nandan, this is what we should do from a financial point of view. Tell me, how can we do it technologically? He said, well, we can do it in 3 months. Now, that was an exaggeration, but we have gotten the ball rolling. Now, what is precisely the Finternet? The Finternet is more than anything a vision for the future of the financial system. And it's precisely a system where everything is interconnected. You need 3 layers that each one are extremely difficult to put together, but nevertheless is doable. You have the technology level, and that I think we have the technology. Then you have the economic financial layer so that it makes sense. And we also have the capacity to do that. And then we have the area of governance, regulation, and legislation. Talking in more simple terms, the idea would be, to some extent, do a leapfrog into the future financial system. I think you need to have a little bit of a change of the mentality. I think a problem that we have today is that pretty much all financial institutions, not only in banking, but in many other fields, we are sort of trapped to a large extent by legacy systems. Mm. Legacy systems were created with a very different mentality of how transactions should or could take place. From a technological point of view, something that can make a huge difference is tokenization. So it's not only tokenizing money, but tokenizing commercial bank deposits and tokenizing all types of assets. Tokenization would open up the scope for huge amounts of innovation, because in the tokens you can put how can they be used, how can they be traded. You can build into there the regulation. So a lot of the burdens you have today in handling regulation could be simplified dramatically. You could also build in cybersecurity or even AML CFT considerations, which is another aspect that generates huge costs to you.
It's a huge problem.
And so you can have a tokenized world where basically through unified ledgers and interconnectedness, you can put this financial system in place. The other advantage of having a tokenized-based world is that you can have atomic settlement, which means that you can do the settlement immediately, and therefore you could also save huge amounts in the management of collateral. We have already started a few projects in this direction. I think what we need to start with is to have a solid platform. What is a solid platform for a financial system? Is to have what we call a two-tier banking system. I mean, in every financial transactions, you always have a payment side. So you have to make sure that that payment side is in place. What are the keys for the payment side in every financial transaction? It's basically commercial bank money, and at the end of the day, central bank money, because any commercial bank money transaction settles in the central bank. So to do this, you need tokenized commercial bank money and tokenized central bank money, not necessarily at the retail level, but at the wholesale level. With that, you can assure that you will have what is called the singleness of money, which means that when you have commercial bank money, a payment originated in Santander will trade exactly one-to-one for a payment originated by BBI. A dollar in BBI or a euro in BBI is exactly the same as a dollar in Santander. That is a singularity of money, and we need to preserve that. So for that, we need to build a very solid pillar, digitalized pillar, focused on tokenized central bank money and tokenized commercial bank money. We started a project a few months ago with the IIF, where we are bringing together for the first time 7 central banks, probably the several leading central banks in the world, with 44 financial institutions in a project with the IIF. Santander is there, and we are very, very pleased to have Santander on board. Now, if we manage to build a very solid framework between central bank money at the wholesale level and tokenized commercial bank money, that could give us a huge platform for the tokenization of other assets. Agora by itself has a more immediate application, trying to simplify correspondent banking. But I think that the development that we're doing the advantages that we are with the system we are developing are extensive to all the financial systems. There are other low-hanging fruit in there. For example, tokenizing government securities. If you have a modern financial system, I would say the trilogy in terms of assets are money issued by the central bank, money issued by commercial banks, commercial bank money, and government securities. That provides, I mean, when you have a repo, when you need collateral, when you need a safe asset, traditionally that's the role of a government securities. So if we manage to build that trilogy, the progress of the future of the financial system will be very, very, very smooth, and I think we could sort of made up for the late start in this quest.
I think it would be tremendous, because that would be a huge assurance to the financial systems in many ways, and would basically would be a great enabler in the transactionality, and also, I mean, to do things in a much faster and secure way. So, I mean, it would be tremendous. So in that sense, I mean, it sounds very promising in principle, right? But in reality, do you believe it can be delivered? I mean, we need to put a lot of people basically in the same track. How could you basically turn this into a reality?
Well, I think we have to start with, and we already started that with Agora. I mean, I think the public sector has to provide public goods in that respect.
Okay.
I think we have in our, I think we have to think about what are the public goods that are necessary for this type of environment. One is, of course, to have digital central bank money, but we also need to facilitate the creating of digital commercial bank money. And that's why I think Agora is a very important first step. But then we have also to think about regulation and you know, all the infrastructure that is being created. At the same time, I believe that if we put the rules out there, I think that what we expect is that as this, what we do in this machine is not governed by a centralized authority, is regulated by a huge community of innovators out there that following some rules, 2 apps, you can develop the system very fast. I mean, obviously the large companies play a very important role. They have a huge capacity. I mean, I don't know how many thousands of people you have working in innovation. Of course, the contribution of institutions like Santander could be huge. But I think if we set the rules adequately and we provide the adequate public goods from an authority point of view, this being a public-private partnership can develop very, very fast. So I think that what we should concentrate is precisely in building the bridges for this public-private partnership and start working towards a common vision.
I think that would be great. I mean, having a common vision into that would basically allows us to really make things at a different speed and serve the client in a different way. And this is, I mean, I'm actually quite, I mean, disturbed by the speed of things are going in the sense and the disruption that we're having in some of our markets. So these are the type of things that we need to be doing it, because if not, somebody will cover the gaps. I mean, turning a little bit, I mean, at the same time also, cross-border payments, as you know, and we'll be discussing that a little bit, can be a controversial topic, okay? For example, I have noted a lot of media speculation recently that one of your projects that called the project Enbridge, I believe you call it, could provide the basis for a BRICS initiative to circumvent sanctions, okay? So is that plausible? Can you comment a little bit on that, or?
Well, thank you that you asked me that question. In the Innovation Hub, basically what we try to do is to be a catalyst for innovation. So basically the way it works is that we talk with the community of central banks, identify needs, and then develop projects. And we do them in partnership with other central banks. Enbridge has been a project we have been involved with for 4 years. Basically, we have several central bank partners and many observers. I think the project has been a big success. Basically, it's a project where it's a payment system where through wholesale CBDCs, you could facilitate tremendously correspondent banking. I would say that the project has been so successful that I think that we can declare it that we have graduated out of that project. The BIS is leaving that project, not because it was a failure or not because of political considerations, but mostly because we have been involved for 4 years, and it is at a level where the partners can carry it on by themselves. That has happened already with other projects. At the same time, I have to say that Enbridge is not mature enough to start operating, so many years need to happen. Now, with respect to the geopolitical aspects, the noise that has come there, Enbridge is not the brick bridge. And I have to say that categorically. Enbridge was not created to cater the needs of BRICS. It was put together to satisfy broad central bank necessities. We at the BIS, at the same time, and just this is, I think this is just to set the record straight. We always try to be a good citizen, global citizen, and the BIS do not operate with any countries, nor their products can be used by any countries that is subject to sanctions. And this will continue to be the case, and all the central bank members are in this channel that we need to be observant of sanctions, and whatever products we put together should not be a conduit to violate any of these sanctions.
Thank you. I believe that's very clear. We still have time, I believe, for one more question, Agustin, and I'm going to try to get into a terrain that you know quite well, which is basically regulation, okay? I always, and I remember since we were in Mexico discussing things that you believe that regulation should be ahead of the curve in many ways. The way we are living today, with fintechs basically closing the gaps, moving so fast, and basically disrupting, and is basically putting regulation behind the curve, right? What's your view on that? I mean, how should we basically see the world in terms of regulation versus what's happening in the market, okay? And basically putting the way it is today, in which the banks versus the fintechs were basically losing the battle in terms that they basically can go ahead, disrupt the market, and get away without following regulation. So what's your view on that? Because I believe we need the same floor in order to be able to be competitive in both ways, and at the same time, observe law, AML, as you were discussing, one FCC, which is quite important. So in one way, we, the banks, are basically following that, becoming the policemen of the world. And on the other side, you have the fintechs and the other players basically, I mean, disrupting the place without that base of regulation. So in payments is probably one of the principal sides, and you see it every day.
Well, I'm glad you asked this question. I also know in the program that you will have Glassnode, so he's our guru in that respect. And I'm sure that he will be able to pitch in more. But I think, yes, definitely it's a constant concern of ours. I mean, at the end of the day, we need a very basic premise we need to hold is that we need to provide as much as possible a level playing field. And more than anything, innovation should not be justified by trying to go around regulation. And now, I will be very frank, and people are very, very creative, and they are very, very, you know, I mean, they're entrepreneurial, and oftentimes entrepreneurship means precisely to challenge the status quo. I mean, it's a little bit of what happened, for example, with cyber currencies.
Yes.
You know? So, of course, we need to regulate, for example, cyber currencies as much as we can, basically building on the regulation we have. But also, I think that that should be an invitation for us to innovate in the scheme of regulated institutions and practices. You know, like, for example, when you have open finance and you have digital currencies running very fast and running ahead and sort of disturbing financial markets and obviously opening vulnerabilities, that means that there are certain needs of society that we are not taking care of, you know. And therefore, we need to find how can we close that gap. But yes, I think that we need to move fast. We need to work creatively. A premise is level playing field, no? Not only in payments, there is a big challenge. There is also a huge challenge in non-bank financial intermediation, broadly speaking.
That takes us into another different world.
That's for class to deal with. But definitely, I have to point out that that's a key issue. And we at the BIS are trying to work on it as much as we can.
Well, Agustin, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to have you here in Santander and together and having such a figure as you.
And next time, we'll have it in Spanish.
Muchas gracias. Gracias a ti. I think it's my job to introduce our next guest. I'm honored to introduce today and to the conference the governor of Bank of Spain, Mr. José Luis Escrivá. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome our next guest on the conference. Governor Escrivá has long served in Spain, okay? He's an economist and a former banker. Until recently, he was the Minister of Digital Transformation for the government of Spain. Last month, he took on his role as new governor. We are delighted and he's able to join us today in such a difficult day, and my deep condolences to all the families that are suffering here in our country. The idea and what we have asked the governor is basically to discuss about competitiveness and growth. Please join me in welcoming Governor Escrivá.
I just want you to know that working in Santander gives you an opportunity for great promotions and personal development. And I know you'd be interested to hear my thoughts on interest rate policy and central banks, but the truth is the governor is just arriving. So before he does, Hector, we're just going to do a quick switcheroo, if you might. I wanted to make sure that people knew a little bit about what's coming in the rest of the day. And one of the things that we are going to try to, in fact, I'm going to step away from this lectern in case when the governor arrives, he thinks, hang on, who's gone for my job here? I just wanted to explain what we're going to try and do. After the governor speaks, we'll go and have a coffee break. We've got a real section then before lunch on global growth, particularly with a view to Latin America. And one of the things that we've tried to do in recent years at the conference is just try and sum up some of the discussions we've had so far. So as you see, when I do these interviews, I'll sit and I'll scribble notes along the way. So far, my notes actually have really said two things. I suppose the big worry in holding this conference on October the 31st was that we would not have anything to say. We would sit there thinking the election result in the United States is just 5 days away, and as a result of that, everyone will say, well, it depends. It depends on the result. And actually, the two notes that I've made are really to say, actually, we really do know two fundamental things about growth in a disrupted world, and I think we know it from this conversation this morning. The first is the point that Anna made around fragmentation, this idea of geopolitical competitiveness, protectionism, industrial policy, what General Petraeus described as globalization. That feels like it comes come what may. And well, that's a relief. And the second thing to say is what President Metsola said about fragmentation within economies, within countries, the politics of rejection that come as a result of that fragmentation. I think we know that's coming in 2025, regardless of who wins on Tuesday. And the second point, I think, which is probably a much deeper one, which is a fundamental competition between the idea of innovation and security. And, you know, I know we all laughed at Jamil Andolini's great phrase that Brussels is the Silicon Valley of regulation, but actually that cuts to the fundamental question, which is how are we going to strike the balance between innovation and personal and national security? And it feels as though that too is a tension that is being fought out, certainly within the European Union, but also more widely in the US. Those are the notes that I was going to share with you after the Governor of the Bank of Spain spoke. Happily, the Governor of the Bank of Spain is now here, and I will hand over to you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much. So welcome.
Good morning. First of all, I wish to express my deep condolences to the people affected by the storms in Valencia, and especially to the families who have suffered losses. I also want to express my gratitude to all people working on the land, in the firefighters, to the police, and to all who are doing their best in trying to help this tragedy. Christine Lagarde also asked me to convey her condolences and those of the ECB and express her solidarity, and told me that the Spanish flag today is half-masted in front of the headquarters of the ECB today. And now I wish to thank Ana Botín and Banco Santander team for the invitation to the international conference. It's really a pleasure for me to be here. And let me start by formulating a question. Why long-term growth and productivity is of particular importance for central banks? Actually, why does it make sense for me to address to you today on this issue? And the reason to me is primarily twofold. First, because in the implementation of monetary policy, we need to assess the cyclical position of the economy, and this requires to estimating the gap between actual and trend growth. Moreover, in pinpointing the desirable monetary policy stance, a view on the natural interest rate is particularly important, and a key determinant of which is long-term growth and productivity. And that's the reason why I think we really devote a lot of resources in central banking to this. But the second factor is more specific to the monetary union, because secular weak growth and productivity, as the one we are witnessing at present, could complicate the conduct of monetary policy going forward. This low growth environment stresses fiscal policy, hinders social cohesion, and makes it difficult to advance on real convergence. And all these elements are very important for a well-functioning monetary union. Now, I would like to emphasize what we can do to enhance potential growth rather than at European level, at the national level. For a few months now, we have been discussing the Letta and Draghi reports and the potential actions to be adopted at the European level. These solutions are clearly desirable and need to be promoted, but some will require time and difficult political consensus before they can be effectively implemented. Individual member states have significant scope at the same time to promote growth potential and contribute to this goal. In other words, recognizing the importance of European-wide measures should in no way inhibit the ambition of national policies. To address this topic, let me back to the basics And let's look to the three factors of the production function: the human capital, the physical and technological capital, and how these factors are combined in an efficient and productive manner. Let me illustrate the differences across countries in these three inputs, following my narrative today, and starting with the human capital. When analyzing differences in labor input, we consider not only headcount or hours worked, but also human capital aspects. This encompasses investment in schooling, on-job training, and learning about the economic system. These investments directly improve individual knowledge and productivity and can also enhance the efficiency of others through productive interaction. From a business perspective, research shows that firms' productivity is highly correlated to their staff's educational attainment level. And here there are also very large, sizable differences across European countries. Interestingly, while firms at the productive frontier systematically differ in the use of general skills, they differ even more in the use of specific skills such as management, communication, and ICT. Indeed, ICT skills are particularly valuable in the current technological transformation. However, again, there are significant differences in how European tertiary education system attracts students into these new skills. I would like to illustrate this point exactly in these charts with showing substantial differences in the share of tertiary education in STEM fields. This difference is particularly concerning because it reflects disparity in the flow of young people enrolling in the education system, not just the stock of the students. Now, let's move to the second, the capital. And improving human capital benefits growth not directly, but increasing productivity and indirectly via interactions also through complementary with capital. There is a wealth of literature documenting the complementarity between human capital and new technologies, the so-called skill-biased technical change, suggesting that increasing human capital could positively impact technical change. Specifically, there is a clear relationship between human capital and technological diffusion. And here, let me again illustrate this with one point, which is, again, the big differences in the adoption of new technologies in Europe, and in particular, in this chart, what is showing is the percentage of firms using artificial intelligence technologies across European countries. But there could be other metrics even more striking. For instance, differences as regards the adoption of cloud computing services. Lastly, we need to examine the element, which is the interplay of factors that cannot be explained by increases in pure human or physical or technological capital. And let me also stress here the interaction between human capital and technology adoption. There is evidence that supporting universities and reducing barriers to STEM education, especially for underrepresented groups, have significant long-term effects on innovation. While educational disparities undeniably play a significant role in shaping innovation, several other factors have been identified as very important in influencing this dynamic. Notably, high-skill migration presents substantial challenges. And we also see here again marked differences among European countries. Let me see, not yet. There is a further point I would like to make, is the reliance on bank and market financing that varies greatly among firms in different countries, impacting their ability to innovate and grow. Furthermore, inefficient insolvency rules can stifle entrepreneurial venture by creating an environment where failures is overly punitive, thereby discouraging risk-taking and innovation. Addressing these multifaceted issues is essential to understand differences in innovation across countries. On this issue, the transfer of knowledge and the diffusion of innovation to the entire economy are both particularly important. In this mechanism, venture capital markets have proven very relevant. And here in this chart, this is the chart I want to show, differences on venture capital investment, you can see that differ a great deal among European countries. And an additional element that sometimes is overlooked is the quality of institutions, and more specifically, the efficiency with which public administration operate, including the quality of the legislation, also tax legislation, and implementing agencies, the agencies that need to implement the policies. I mean, since even the 60s, there is a lot of evidence that this is very important. Also, Marcus also showed us, and more recently, even in political science literature, Francis Fukuyama has produced a lot of evidence showing the importance of institutions and the institutional setting in determining the performance of an economy. And more recently, Athenoglu, Johnson, and Robinson, with the Nobel Prize, has shown us how important institutions are. And I would like to illustrate this point here with this chart that I like very much. What you can see combined on the horizontal line, GDP per capita, and on the other one, an index of the World Bank on the governance efficiency, the efficiency of the public administration. You can see that the correlation across European countries is extremely high with only these two variables, GDP per capita and efficiency in the way public administration operates. It's 75% of R squared. I mean, and also the chart shows that on both elements, GDP per capita, we know it, and in the way and efficiency with administration operates, there is a great deal of difference across countries. So this to me is an issue for reflection, and also an issue while moving a number of countries in the direction of the high-performing ones, we have a lot of room for let's say, for improving the aggregate growth in the euro area. And this is exactly what I would like to conclude. Here, I just, as a bottom line, I would like to leave with you probably a single message that there is ample room for leverage on best practices at European countries to enhance aggregate trend growth and productivity, and that in addition to badly needed European-wide initiatives, which are crucial, and I think that Draghi and later reports have stressed very much the importance of that, this should not inhibit us from thinking and focusing that there is substantial homework at the national level. Thank you.
Thanks, Governor. Well, now, finally, it's time for a coffee break. Thank you very much to all our speakers, to our audience that has been following, very closely all the debate. And please come back in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, if you can get your seats, please. Finish your coffee, although I'm sure you cannot bring your coffee inside. Morning, everybody. I am Jose Linares. I'm responsible for the corporate investment bank here at Santander globally. Our next panel is just terrific. My staff gave me a stack of paper on how to introduce them, but they've already been introduced throughout the morning because we've referred to you already many times. So Enrico Letta, former Prime Minister of Italy, he's just written the report. And I understand you're going to be a dean in EA here in Madrid. So that's a great benefit for all the students that go to EA to have you as a dean there. Myraid, did I pronounce your name?
Perfect.
Perfectly. I've asked 10 people about how do I pronounce it. I got 10 different answers. So I've asked you, I got it.
You got the right answer.
I got it. Anyway, she's told me she's been a journalist for a long time. I'm not. And she's right now, obviously, the Commissioner for Financial Services, Financial Stability, and Capital Markets Union. She's about to finish your term, so this is sort of your farewell tour. We're absolutely honored to have you both. I'm just going to set the scene. The panel is called Investing in Europe, European Growth. But so far, what we've heard is the Silicon Valley of regulation as Brussels. Sorry, Enrico, your name for Capital Markets Union sounds sexy, so that's zero chance for CMU or banking union. I'm just going to add mine. Many of you know that I played with the American jersey for almost 2 decades, and when I came to Europe right before the financial crisis, I used to say this is easier than taking candy from children. I was referring to taking market share from European banks, which is obviously an awful thing to say. So given that that's pretty depressing, I want to rename this panel to Give Us Hope, Please. Enrico, what do we need to change to go to what we all aspire to do?
Now, first of all, I think there's momentum. There's really momentum, and we never had such momentum in the last 15 years after 2008. So we have to catch this opportunity. Second, I think von der Leyen was really on the right track because she decided to put in the roadmaps for the commissioners very clear indications. So today the debate, the institutional debate, has very clear indications. First of all, on the mission to create this savings and investments union. Even the term is there. And it's not because I want the copyright, I don't care about the copyright. I care about the need to change politically the big direction and the big mission of the integration of financial services. If I may say in a very short way, why until now CMU didn't fly? Not because of the way in which it was implemented or the way in which the Commission worked, or I think the day in which Brexit happened, that was the day in which CMU lost his big, I would say, equilibrium. Because the CMU was launched 2 years before Brexit. And it was launched with, I think, one very good idea. And the idea was to have London as capital, financial capital of Europe. It is another collateral damage of Brexit. Today, I think we have to reconsider the integration of financial services, knowing that, and that was the main aim of my report, to say, hey guys, we have the euro. We integrated the most complicated thing, because the euro means that the French renunciated to their currency with the same name of the country. The currency is the most emblematic element of the national sovereignty, and we integrated it. And people are happy in Europe because of the euro today. So now the key point is that we have the euro, but we don't have financial markets. And I try to explain to, not only to experts, they know very well, but I try to explain to a large audience that the fact that we don't have integrated markets is creating a big problem in terms of lack of jobs, in terms of lack of growth, in terms of moving to the US financial market, everything. And we are, I think, suffering because of that. So I think today, changing the direction and saying that we have to move to a savings and investments union, that means integrating financial market for a higher purpose. And the higher purpose is, first of all, how to finance the transition. Otherwise, the transition will be not financed. And without the way to accompany the transition, it will be a backlash, political, social, and economic backlash. This is, in a few terms, the way in which I see today the big mission. And frankly speaking, I'm a little bit optimistic because I didn't see any momentum like the one we are having today. Of course, we have to push, but the word which is present here has a fundamental role, because it's not just a topic for European institutions. It is, first of all, a topic for national governments, not to be an obstacle, because until now, I think you are totally aware and totally protagonist of the fact that you were challenged by national obstacles. And that is totally crazy, because frankly speaking, today we need to integrate. It's the only way to give money to investments and to the real economy.
Commissioner, there are some countries that are beginning to talk about the two-speed Europe in terms of capital markets, right? That sounds to me like further fragmentation as opposed to more integration. Why have we gotten to this point of so much resignation that we need to have a two-speed system? Is that the future? What do you see the obstacles?
Well, first of all, can I just dispel some of the misery that you've just outlined in your summary? Europe is capable of great things, or it wouldn't exist today. Secondly, can I just say around the Politico headline of the Silicon Valley of regulation? Well, I was in Silicon Valley not that long ago, and they were very impressed by European regulation, including around crypto assets. So I think while I take some of the criticism of, and I think supervision more than regulation, don't dismiss the fact that Europe regulates and that others follow. I think on the big question of money, it's a very simple, straightforward reality that in 31 years of the single market, it doesn't exist for capital. And I think citizens are beginning to see that they're stuck in their own country when it comes to access to finance. And I think the fact that we need to spend so much on the transition and the public purse can help, but not do enough, we need to say clearly where we're going to get the money for this. I do agree that your report, I think, is really important in terms of putting before European governments what lies ahead. I deal with finance ministers, and sometimes I think that even within governments, ministers don't speak to each other. What we need to see now from the leaders, and next week they will meet, is clear, if you like, guidelines to their ministers as to what they can do. Not the limitations of what they can do, but the objective, which is to have free movement of capital, access to deep pools of liquidity, so that we can finance, as Nadia Calvino, the president of the EIB, said, we have great innovations in Europe, great startups. They just don't get the money to scale up. And I think that is the challenge. So I suppose in terms of where Europe is today, I'm outgoing. I can be a bit more free with what I say. For the incoming commission, the letters of mandate are very clear. We have not resiled from our targets around biodiversity and climate, but we've now put an edge of competitiveness into the equation. And I think what it is, and somebody mentioned the pendulum, it is swinging back to more pragmatism as to how we achieve our goals, perhaps less ideology, and bringing people with us. And I think in all of these conversations, the financial system is not there just for itself. It's for society. It's for families, it's for SMEs, it's for large companies. And it strikes me, and I would join in the condolences to the people of Spain. You know, when a big crisis happens like has happened, in Valencia and this country. I mean, nobody's talking about the financial system, we're talking about helping people. And that should bring us back to what Europe essentially started and what it's about. It's a project to bring people together. We have achieved an enormous amount. Sometimes it takes a crisis to achieve it, hopefully not in this case. And we are about to start on the next wave. But it requires absolute political commitment from the leaders of Europe to allow their ministers down the line to agree on things like insolvency that's more European than national, because that's a barrier. And there are many barriers like that that we have to get over. I mean, I've been frustrated in my role when I hear political statements about, yes, we agree, banking union, capital markets union. Then when we talk about what needs to be done, people push back. And I think that's where we now need to say, look, this has to stop. We need to be very real and very clear about why these are important and bring people. But if we could get people behind this, the citizens behind this, I think this would also really help us in this project. And that's why the word savings matters. We're great savers in Europe, but I'm afraid the savings are not put to good use.
But that's the thing, right? In your report, you're even saying that significant part of those savings are being invested in the US. And so when I look at Europe compared to the US, you know, there isn't a VC culture, right? Very hard to fund all those great innovations. It's not lack of innovators, lack of financing. There isn't a retail equity culture here. There's no 401ks, right? There's like 7 stock exchanges. So think about the fragmentation, whereas you have 2 there, you know, Nasdaq, New York Stock Exchange. So when you have all of this, how, and I think you're right. I think the Capital Markets Union, it was seen by, there's a bunch of high-level finance guys in suits and politicians getting together in an obscure room. At the end, it's about savings. Mm-hmm. It's about retirement, you know, funds. It is about healthcare. How do you bridge that gap?
But you know, you touched the point. The key point is the link with the normal life. What is happening in these very days in Spain is bringing us to think that Europe has to be linked to that. And I can tell you that I'm going around Europe to present the report, to discuss the report with experts and with people. Large audiences, citizens, can tell you that the example that shocks the most the people is the example of digital payments. When I say every debate I have, you know, we the Italians, we don't want to pay with a French digital payment system. The French, they don't want to pay with a German payment system. The Germans, they don't want to pay with a Spanish payment system, and we are all very happy to pay all with American payment systems. That is Europe. This is our problem. And I think we have to consider that this problem is a daily experience because we are all paying every day with 3. We have the choice among 3, all Americans. And it is clear that this topic is something that is not just a topic on fees. We know very well that the banks are protagonists. It's a problem of the power of the data. And data are going all there. And I think this is, in my view, something that is bringing awareness. I was a sort of priest of awareness in this period, trying to explain to the people that we think that we have a single market because we have the euro. But in reality, we don't. So my answer to the first question this morning, why we have a problem in Europe in terms of productivity, why we have a problem in comparison with the US, it is very simple, because in our slides, in our books, in our debates, we think that China is one, US is one, and Europe is one, and it is not. Because on energy, on telecom, on financial services, on defense industry, we are not one, we are 27. And if we are 27, we are too small in the world of today. So the key point is to consider that after the euro, we stopped the integration for political national reasons. And I would like maybe to use a little bit tough term, hard term, but we have to say, clearly to say, that economic national sovereignty is making happy Wall Street and the Chinese, not the national level, because we are losing jobs, we are losing growth, we are losing ahorros, we are losing, you know, the example of on the defense industry is incredible because of the fragmentation of our defense industries. In not 27, because we don't have 27, in 8, 9 defense industries, not cooperating among them because of the national flag. We are all so proud of the national flag. The consequence is that we spent 140 billion euros to help militarily Ukraine. But we needed to spend immediately, not with projects for 10 years. That is our specialty, if I may say. And so the key point was to buy immediately military furnitures. And 80% of this 140 billion euros was to buy American, Turkish, and South Korean military furniture. So we are very generous in jobs creation in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Anatolia, Seoul. And they are not with us, because 88% of what the Americans spent to help militarily Ukraine was to create jobs in the US. So I think this topic of the asymmetric integration of Europe is the main point. And this is also the reason to say it is not an external topic. We have not to find out of it is our hidden gem, and our own obstacles are today refraining us to growth. And we have to overcome these obstacles.
I think one of the reasons why now is the time is because of the conversations we've listened to about the geopolitical tensions. And I think Europe is less naive about itself today than we were even 5 years ago. I think COVID really sparked, the reality that we were vulnerable on many levels in supply chains, and that was just COVID. When the war hit, we realized that we were reliant on an unreliable supplier of energy, and we have done a lot. So rather than us allow pessimism to prevail, we have it within ourselves to change the dial and change the dynamic. We have got the excellent reports before us, and we have a new commission coming in. And I think that the President von der Leyen, is very clear about what she wants to see for the future of Europe, which is a stronger Europe, with strong relationships globally, but a Europe that actually takes account of what it needs to do to ramp up investments. As I said, we haven't changed our targets, but we haven't pinpointed where the money will come from to meet all of those targets. If we don't actually do that, I think we risk losing public support for these very ambitious transitions. And I think that would be very detrimental. But rather than us sit here just speculating about what the problems are, I think we need to realize that we have the dynamic and the capacity to do it. It's complicated. You have a Commission, a Council, and a European Parliament, and we heard about the Parliament. But we need to get buy-in to what are we trying to achieve. A stronger Europe, who's against that? No one. A Europe that invests wisely, including in defence, and gets value for money. Everyone is in favour of that. Food security, everyone is in favour of that. That requires a whole climate investment programme. So in a way, it's just to push a little bit harder and to stop allowing some governments, some member states, to say one thing and do another, or say one thing and do nothing, which is extremely frustrating. And I hope you can hear it in my voice, because we're nearly there. In terms of what we've done as a Commission, we've a lot of low-hanging fruits. A lot of the technical, structural things are done. Single access point, various other things like that, Listing Act. But now it's the big political project that needs to be pushed forward. So how do we convince member states that it isn't a question of if you win as a member state, I lose? How do we convince them it's a win-win? And that you don't need to have either a stock exchange or whatever in your country to make you part of a stronger financial system. We haven't had those conversations sufficiently. But they will start, and I hope they start before the end of this year, so that the incoming Commission really deals with this topic which is beyond just the finance minister's remit. And as somebody was saying to me, very often in the negotiations, you have the technical experts that go with what was the line of the past. And I think we need more politics actually now, much more politics around unlocking the single market for capital. One of the things that, and I think I said it to you in our first meeting, I get so frustrated when I hear the words cross-border. I mean, how and why do we use those terms in a single market that is the European Union? And actually words do matter, because if you think that way, you act that way. And it's not good for the investments that Europe needs. So I suppose in one sense, we could, you know, ignore the reports to our peril. I think that would be really dangerous. And I think that's why there was great wisdom in having a report that's public, that you're talking to citizens across Europe, which really means that the politicians that lead need now to respond to that. And the word that they can't use is, no, we're not doing this, because they don't have another answer. And I'm hoping that that will be the kickstart that Europe needs to move.
One of the areas where we can get the money is by increasing substantially securitizations. Right? And everyone that I've spoken to sort of agrees with it. And you know, Anna gave this morning the following statistic, which is Europe is at 0.4% of GDP, US is at 4%. That spread is terrible. What's even worse is if you go back to pre-financial crisis, the number was the same. US went down, came back up, and Europe never recovered. And so are you optimistic that we're going to get there, and why?
Look, I think you mentioned the financial crisis, which wasn't mentioned up until this very point. And I think we need to look at the word trust. I think there's a problem of trust between member states, actually, in this topic generally, because of the financial crisis and the fact that the taxpayer had to be hauled in to pay for the problem. On securitization, I was asked this question at my hearing. And if you listen to the European Parliament, there are mixed views on securitization. And I think we need to explain why it's important and how it works and why it can help to increase the capital that's available for investment. But if we don't do the groundwork on this topic, we will again fail. So if you ask me if I'm optimistic if we put in the political effort to convince members of the European Parliament, but also convince leaders around Europe that this will help unlock capital. And we haven't done that yet. I mean, in my efforts, I've been trying to hear what are the complaints or the worries that people have. And it is about the legacy of the past. I mean, maybe America doesn't have as long a memory as Europeans have, but we tend to remember pain. And I think we have to accept that and understand it and see, can we address this one issue of securitization with saying, look, it won't be like the past because, and that's a conversation that's just about to start.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think that if you look at how painful the financial crisis was in Europe vis-a-vis the US, it was a trauma, right? Despite the fact that it came from the US, the magnitude as a percent of GDP was much higher in Europe. And the US dealt with it much faster and moved on, whereas here it was much bigger and it took far more, so there is still that trauma recovery. Which brings me to the difference in regulation and supervision between, you know, the two blocks, or the one country and the bloc, which is, in the US, the regulatory system and the supervisory system, it is to supervise, regulate, but ensure the competitiveness of the American banks and other sectors. Here, it is to regulate without the second consequence of competitiveness. How do you breach the gap? Well, you're disagreeing with your body language, so.
Only slightly. I mean, I have a very long title, and one of them is financial stability.
Yeah.
And, you know, any sector that doesn't have regulation will have a problem of instability. You know, we had problems in the food supply chain in the past, and we regulated very effectively. So I don't accept US great, EU not. I don't accept that. Where I think there might be an argument, and we've had this conversation with your colleagues here, is on the supervisory side. I get the impression that between the legislation and the supervision, there appears to be maybe added layers. But I would also challenge the financial sector itself to show exactly where, because I've been 20 years in the European system, 16 years in the Parliament, and now in the Commission. And we've been talking about red tape since I joined, and I wrote about it for 24 years before that. But unless you are much sharper at identifying where it's causing a problem. Now, it might be a problem to you, but it could be a savior for us. So we don't always agree. I mean, you're likely to want less supervision than I might want because I have some financial stability in my title. But I think we can agree if there's overlaps in, various regulations, can we do something about that? And we are doing something about that already. So I think that process is underway and it will intensify. I mean, my colleague Valdis Dombrovskis is charged with this very topic of looking at excessive rules and regulations, but not getting rid of them. I mean, way back, I chaired a committee of inquiry into where we deregulated, and it wasn't pretty. So I think that we need to be a little bit more balanced about this than saying it's European bureaucracy is the problem. We certainly have some problems that we need to solve, but I would not like us to even use the word deregulation. It leaves a very bad taste in my mouth.
Enrico, your take.
First of all, in the report, I put securitization as one of the topics. So I strongly believe that we have to eliminate this risk aversion atmosphere, mood that we have here in Europe. And it's a general mission, and I think securitization is part of that. Second, I don't want to leave this debate without answering Anna Botin's question of this morning. And the topic is not just to say, in general, we are against red tape or we are for simplification. The topic is, what does it mean concretely? And I put two topics in my report that are, in my view, large part of the problem. Because the problem is, yes, the fact that we had a lot of regulation on the Green Deal in the last 5 years. We have the multiplication of the level of regulation on the banking system because of EBA and SSM, and you know very well. But the key points for me are, first, the fact that in the last years, we didn't have, I would say, too much pressure on member states to avoid the implementation of directives in a too national way. So my point in the report is very clear. We have to stop directives and we have to use regulations. This is, for me, simple, very simple, but if we don't agree on that, all the discourses about simplifications are very, very empty. So this is the first point. Second point is about the fact that we live in a single market, but we have 27 corporate laws, 27 fiscal systems. It's a crazy, it's a mess, Europe. So my point, I put a proposal in the report that is the idea to use this method of the 28th virtual state. I know it is complicated, but the idea is to not to cancel the 27 corporate laws, because I know very well it's impossible for, I would say, historic reasons, but to give an option to companies, to say we create a 28th virtual state with its own corporate law, and you can choose this one. This one can be valid everywhere in Europe. And this is the way to eliminate the multiplication of levels. It's a strong push in favor of simplification. I know here, Cuerpo was discussing about the idea to apply it as 18 Comunidad Autónoma Virtual. But I think in general, we live in a mess of, I heard yesterday, I was in Germany, and they told me that in Germany they have 18 regulations on data protection, 16 for the lender and 2 for Bavaria. So and it's, this fragmentation is the main obstacle. We have to be more simple, more united. It's the only way to attract investments.
So we have 38 seconds. Question is, 35 now. There was a 0 chance this morning of banking union happening. So does it happen in the next 5 years, yes or no, and why now, if the answer is yes?
It moves forward, but whether it's complete, that's for the next commission to deal with. We know where the opposition lies, but we know that there is a push, and the European Parliament has been helpful. Some of the way member states have intervened has been unhelpful. So again, it goes back to why are member states so protective of something which actually traps them in less, rather than moving towards what the letter report has?
My answer is 80% yes, and if Trump wins, 100% yes.
So there is the bid-ask spread from 0 this morning.
Cool.
We're moving closer to 80.
200%.
Enrico, Maria, this has been a terrific panel. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Exactly. Yeah, no. Oh my gosh, what was that? I turned my
idea.
echo. Yeah.
You're fine.
Let me go here. Thank you. That was a very good last.
All good? Congrats.
100%.
Well, our next panel, I mean, in fact, it was mentioned several times in this one, that is financial stability. We are going to talk about financial stability. We are going to, our speakers are going to touch on growth too, but I mean, from a different perspective. It's growth, yes, but the precondition is we need to have financial stability. Then it's not possible to grow without that precondition. They're going to talk also about lessons learned in the past, but in the near past, and what is going to happen looking ahead. And for this amazing fireside chat, we have Klaas Knot, and I have the opportunity to listen to Klaas Knot several times, and he's fantastic. President of the Netherlands Bank and chair of the Financial Stability Board. And will be interviewed by Andreas Dombret, member of Santander International Advisory Board. Then welcome both, come to the stage.
Thank you so much. Come on. Yeah. Thanks, Barbara, for the introduction. And it's good to see you, Klaas, on a truly, of days of truly tragic events and in many parts of Spain. And as somebody who lives in Spain himself, I even feel more with Spain than others. What you didn't mention, Barbara, is that Klaas has been on the Governing Council of the ECB now since the mid of 2011, so he's the longest standing member of the Governing Council, and he has, of course, been governor of the Dutch Central Bank for the same time. But more recently, in the end of 2021, he became the chair of the Financial Stability Board. And that gives us the chance to talk about financial stability a little bit more on a global level than purely on a European level. And let me start with I have many questions, but let me start, please, Klaas, with a very open question. And if you look back to the last 15 years and the financial crisis we have had there in this period of time, so what are your reflections on progress made or progress not made?
Thank you very much, Andreas. And I also want to start by expressing my sincere condolences to what happened elsewhere in the country over the last few days. I couldn't help thinking that if ever somebody still challenges the issue of climate change and the disastrous effects that it can happen, really unbelievable. And I think it would be a big failure of international coordination and international cooperation if we had to take a step back in the fight against climate change, which really requires a global response because there is only one global climate. Okay, but coming back to your question and closer to home, as I would say I need to be the two-handed economist here. There is good news and there is less good news looking back 15 years ago. Obviously, it sparked the global financial crisis, 2008, 2009. It sparked a major financial reform agenda, which was heavily focused on the banks. So we had two sort of Basel III packages, 2010, 2017. And when we sort of came into a new situation with renewed turbulence, actually the banks as core of the financial system, they held up pretty well. Let's take this thought experiment. If you had asked me 2.5, 3 years ago, you would have told me that all major central banks in the world were about to raise interest rates by 400, 500 basis points within a period of 12 months, which we know constitutes a massive shock to the financial system. And that the only victims then would have been a couple of second-tier US banks that were kept out of the international regulatory perimeter anyway, and one institution that was already limping along for a while, and whose failure, I believe, had nothing to do with the things that the international regulatory reform agenda looked on. I would say, so far, so good. It could have been a lot worse. Unfortunately, on the other hand, there's not only banks, there is also market-based finance, which we call NBFI, non-bank financial intermediation, one of these wonderful acronyms in our world. And there, I think the events of the last, let's say, 5 years or so have exposed some significant vulnerabilities. We had the Dash for Cash in March 2020. We had the Archegos case. We had the commodity traders in February 22. We had the UK LDI pension issue. And all of these episodes had in common that there was a combination of a significant liquidity mismatch, a significant spike in liquidity demand that could not be solved by the institutions themselves, in combination with pockets of hidden leverage that we had not expected to be there, but that came to the surface unexpectedly. In all these cases, central banks had to step in with extraordinary intervention. They did so well, because we do know how to do that, we as the central banking community. But of course, I think we should be more ambitious, and sort of our definition of the concept of resilience should be a definition net of public sector intervention.
Let's start with the banks, though, real quick. Looking not so far back, what lessons did you learn, or do you think we all need to learn from the Silicon Valley Bank and the Credit Suisse crisis?
Well, I mean, as I said, Silicon Valley Bank was part of a second-tier US banks that were kept outside of the international agreements. And for instance, the level of interest rate risk in the banking book that this bank was allowed to take would never have happened in a European bank. I mean, already in the annual report of 2021, you could have read that if the US Federal Reserve were to increase interest rates by 200 basis points, that basically they would lose some 35% of their capital. Well, that we would never have allowed, for instance, in European banks, where we do have a Pillar 2 approach with a hard limit that only 15% of your capital can be exposed to such risk. And by the way, the Fed did not end up raising rates by 200 basis points, it ended up raising rates by more than 500 basis points. So just to give you the kind of exposure. So interest rate risk in the banking book still matters, and it matters a lot. Liquidity risk also matters a lot. I think we've made great progress in managing liquidity risk with the LCR, the NSFR, again, two of these acronyms within the financial regulatory world. But what Silicon Valley has taught us is that actually if you have concentrated deposits, if deposit holders are concentrated in a sort of ecosystem of its own, which in Silicon Valley was the Silicon Valley producers, the highly innovative companies, etc., and all of these people are within the same WhatsApp groups, then all of a sudden the outflow of deposits can go much, much faster than we had anticipated, and also much faster than was actually assumed when we decided on the parameters for the liquidity coverage ratio in particular. So that's something that will need some revision. It will need some adjustment, not a dramatic one, but I think we have to show that we're agile there. And finally, this was also amplified by the role of social media, which I think plays a role in an amplification of a lot of factors, but unfortunately also here. So that is also something that we need to think about.
Thanks. Now let's switch from the banks to the non-bank financial sector. You already mentioned it. It is growing at a very, very high pace, and it used to be called the shadow banking sector. I never understood why, because first of all, they are not banks, and they're not also not operating in the shadow, so it's much better to call them, even if it's a new acronym, MBFIs. Now they're growing so fast. Which stability issues do you see with them going forward? What are you looking at most?
Yeah, first of all, I think the term shadow banks, I also didn't like it too much, because I think there was some pejorative element in there of banks doing shadowy things, etc. But I mean, what we really have to focus on is indeed non-banks perhaps taking on bank-like risks. No. The NBFI is a growing part of the financial system. I think it's even larger than the banking system now, if you look at it at the global level. It is good to have deep capital markets. Let there be no mistake about it. And probably we in Europe, we would like to see a little bit more NBFI rather than less NBFI. But nonetheless, NBFI also poses risks. And these risks are different from the banking side. If you the whole concept of resilience on the banking side, it focuses quite a bit on solvency. On the NBFI side, this is about liquidity mismatches. This is about having a lack of sufficient liquidity management tools to deal with these recurrent spikes in liquidity demand that happen every now and then. So what we have been doing is trying to create more resilience in the NBFI space. On the one hand, you can do so by trying to make sure that the main entities in the space, money market funds, open-ended funds, have better liquidity management tools at their disposals, that the supervisors also have the instruments to intervene if they feel uncomfortable about the degree of liquidity management tools. But then there are also a couple of what I would call cross-cutting issues in the NBFI space. I already mentioned the issue of hidden leverage. Now, it's difficult to think about a supervisory strategy because positions can change so quickly in this space that leverage can also move relatively quickly in this space. So the one thing that I believe that we can try to do here is make sure we get better data, we get better reporting, so that market discipline can actually help us to prevent in the future the buildup of these hidden leverage positions. And we will actually come forward with a paper with policy recommendations from the FSB on this shortly. And then the second cross-cutting issue, it's a little bit of a technical issue, but that has to do with the lack of preparedness for margin calls. It's again a liquidity issue, but of course we've seen that in cases when market stress increases, there will be margin calls, there will be collateral calls, and we've seen inadequate preparedness in many, many parts of the NBFI space for such calls, which has amplified the stress, and which was also one of the reasons why central banks had no choice but to intervene to avoid a deeper fire sales and a sort of negative spiral of these panicky sales and further price declines, etc. So these are the issues that we are currently working on.
Okay, now we come to a topic you already mentioned in your opening statement, climate change. And the sustainability framework for banks is very much discussed. So how can you ensure, with the different views globally, that those sustainability frameworks are consistent globally? How can you ensure that also brown companies with adequate transition plans can actually be financed? What are your thoughts on those issues?
Very good question. On this question, I need a small qualifier beforehand. We are neither the climate policy regulator, nor are we the primary banking regulator. You know that the Basel Committee for Banking Supervision is the prime standard setter in the banking area. We coordinate the work of the bank standard, of the standard setting bodies, and we are also the political, the linchpin into the, let's say, the G20 being our political masters in this field. So we have a climate roadmap within the FSB that consists of disclosures, data, vulnerability analysis, and what we call regulatory and supervisory cooperation around the issue of managing and mitigating climate-related financial risks. Within the context of that latter strand, transition plans are very, very important. We believe that transition plans are actually a structured way to think about, for financial institutions, to think about their strategy and their risk management approach with respect to managing climate-related financial risks. If they are applied consistently, then these transition plans should also produce a wealth of information that should allow us, the FSB, to assess where we are on the spectrum of possible financial stability implications. And there can be financial stability implications from climate risk itself, but there can also be financial stability implication of a less than optimal transition toward net zero. It's a transition that would be much more abrupt and shock-wise, simply because we would start too late and then have to do too much at too late a moment of time. So these transition plans, I think, are a crucial information element in there. But the prime responsibility lies with the banks and with the financial institutions. So far, there is progress, but the consistency and the comparability is not at a point, unfortunately, in which it would allow us to also use that information for our vulnerabilities assessment at a more macro level. So I think there is still a lot of work ahead of us. We try to have as close coordination and communication with the banking industry, the financial industry. Think about the GFANS initiative that we sort of regularly talk to and have roundtables. Last week, I co-chaired the roundtable jointly with the GFANS on these transition plans. But for the moment, it seems to me that the ball is now in the park of the banks and the financial institutions to make sure that there is more progress in this area of consistency and comparability of transition plan information.
And stress tests play their role in all of that.
Absolutely.
As we have seen, not only
Think the unthinkable, yeah.
Thinking the unthinkable. Now, there cannot be a panel without touching the topic of digitalization, whether it's, CBDCs, AI, DLT. How does the FSB and how do you think about the new technologies which have a financial stability aspect as discussed in previous panels before in themselves?
Yeah, as the Financial Stability Board, of course, we are primarily interested in digital innovation within the financial industry. CBDC is a digital innovation within the central banking community. So that I would put that a little bit aside.
Which will come into the financial sector then?
Well, there is always the issue of the balance between public money and private money, and whether also, for instance, and it was already rightfully identified earlier that wholesale CBDC can, of course, also provide the rails for a lot of payment system innovations also on the private side. And definitely from our side, digitalization is there. The whole world goes digital, so central banks should also go digital, I think, in the provision of public money, and we should not stick to banknotes, which is essentially a technique of the 18th century, right? I mean, there are more modern forms of providing public money. But this is not the prime area of attention for the FSB. For the FSB, we are focusing very much on AI and tokenization. Tokenization so far has not really taken off the ground yet. I think it has a huge potential, but we're not seeing that being applied at a scale in which it would become sufficiently material for us to think about financial stability risks and financial stability implications. But if it were to scale up significantly, then of course we would have to think about what kind of new forms of interconnectedness could it bring to the financial, what kind of new forms of financial stability risk. Choice of the settlement asset is quite crucial, and tokenization might therefore also have an impact on liquidity conditions in the market for this settlement asset. Tokenization might bring in new players that are not so well versed into the traditional financial regulatory perimeter, that don't have a lot of dealings with supervision and regulation in the past, that may have difficulties with issues like compliance and having to fulfill your legal and regulatory requirements. And then finally, DLT is there. It has been around for a while, but it has not yet been tested at a massive scale. So there are also, I think, a couple of unknowns there in terms of how DLT will behave if it were to scale up quite significantly. Now, that is tokenization. On AI, I do think that we are seeing a lot of applications nowadays. The FSB already in 2017 put out a first paper on the financial stability implications of AI and machine learning. We are in the process of updating that paper, and we will actually, in a few weeks' time, send it to the G20 summit, because even the leaders were interested in the financial stability implications of AI, not just the finance ministers, which is sort of the normal audience that a person like me talks to, but this is really the leaders for the Rio summit wanted to have the FSB produce a paper on the financial stability implications of AI. Now there, again, the question is what different or additional forms of interconnectedness would AI create? There are, of course, issues surrounding outsourcing and third-party dependence. There are significant issues about concentration risk. Let's take a very concrete example, large language models. Normally, we think about innovation as letting the 1,000 flowers flourish. Well, in large language models, there are only 3 flowers. That essentially, all the models in use are a variant of, in essence, 3 models. So you understand that there is a certain concentration risk there if the entire industry uses application of what is essentially the same model or very close to a model. It creates, of course, a model risk by definition if you use models. And so these kinds of new risks is what we identify in the report. Let me also say, we always take the umbrella principle here within the FSB, harnessing the benefits while mitigating the risk. If you put a person like me on a podium, of course, I very quickly talk about risks, because that is what the FSB is for. But also here, we think that AI, we nonetheless think that AI has also huge opportunities in creating more operational efficiency within financial institutions, making better tailored products for many clients and what have you. So we're not blind to the opportunities, it's just our task to also think about what new risks it can bring.
Normally, I would have asked you another question about the global payment system, and if you can be very quick in your answer, how do we get to should we get, and how can we get to a global payment system?
Well, that's a very difficult question in 10 seconds. We have a payments agenda on making global payments cheaper, faster, more inclusive, more transparent, and that is really of the essence. That's not just a technocratic problem. For those parts of the world where payments are not fast, where payments are outrageously expensive, where they are exclusive, I think the success of our project here will be nothing less than food on the table. So I think it is crucial that we have success on our payments agenda. What the end product of that agenda will be, I don't know in its precise shape, but it is important that we meet the goals that we've set ourselves here in terms of cheaper, faster, more inclusive and more transparent payments for all the citizens of the world, not just the privileged ones.
Klaas, thank you very much. You are very experienced regulator. I have a huge respect for you, and it's very, very good that we have a guru like you, as Augustin Carsten said, looking after our regulations. So thank you very much. A big applause for pleasure.
Thank you. Thanks, Andreas. Okay. We are going to change gears a little bit here, and we are going to go directly to LATAM. And why LATAM? I mean, well, a bank that has a big presence in the region and the importance of the region deserve to spend some time in this conference deep diving about growth, politics, and economics in LATAM. It was a non-brainer for us, and it was also a non-brainer to have as a keynote speaker Alejandro Díaz de León. Alejandro, please join me here. Alejandro is a former governor of the Bank of Mexico. I also heard that you are a writer.
No, not really.
No? And a professor?
No.
Yeah, that yes, sometimes. Okay, welcome, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Gracias. First, I would like to express my deepest condolences for those affected by the recent tragedy in Valencia and other regions of Spain. It is an honor for me to be in this year's Santander International Banking Conference. I will address 3 topics with a Latin American perspective. First, the long-term development challenges. Second, the current outlook. And third, the perspectives for financial intermediation. Latin America is better characterized not as a relatively homogeneous group of countries, but rather as a mosaic with both contrasts and clear common traits and challenges. Nations and societies' progress is the direct result of shared goals and values. When a country lacks a broadly shared vision of the future, it cannot enjoy a stable present, and it cannot embark in society's most ambitious and profitable long-term projects. Society's Achilles heel is polarization and fragmentation, as it pulls into zero-sum quarrels and to backpedal policies. Latin American history can be illustrated by a snakes and ladder board game, where countries hope to find a ladder that can fast-forward their way to development, but sometimes find themselves standing in a snake that pulls the country back. This erratic performance is extremely costly, since the compounding effects of sustained growth play a key role for development and prosperity. History has proven that it is more important to avoid crisis, the snakes, rather than looking for quick wins or silver bullets, the ladders. In the last decades, globalization and technological change generated unprecedented progress and development throughout the world, with big winners and an increase in inequality. Despite lower poverty and higher per capita income, the increase in inequality fostered fragmentation and conflict, making it clear that countries should always mind the gap between its citizens. Social media has further polarized our societies and promoted disunity, balkanizing opinions from daily news to deep truths, allowing politicians to bypass institutions and parties, moving democracies from the preferences of the median voter towards extreme positions and alternating from one extreme to the other, promoting quick fixes, jeopardizing long-term development and putting political institutions at risk. Polarization is present at many levels: global, national, regional, and even in academia. As Latin America history clearly shows, erratic policymaking and short-term approaches create societies where effective social mobility ladders are scarce, inequality is perpetuated, and polarization becomes endemic. The road to attain progress and development has been elusive for Latin America, with far too many failed experiments. The region should not try to reinvent the wheel. History and experience provide ample evidence in favor of market economies with strong democracies that provide critical public goods. I will mention 4. The rule of law with personal security, contract certainty, and well-defined property rights. A level playing field for all with high-quality education and health services for all. Incentives for efficient allocation of resources. That means profitable long-term investments and higher growth. And 4th, economic stability, both in terms of price and financial stability. Mindful of the significant cost of policy swings, countries have found useful to commit to long-term strategies, usually at the constitutional level, and adopt multilateral approaches, usually with international treaties. Both strategies reduce bad equilibria from internal political struggles and fragmentation. The European Union is a prime example of the multilateral approach. Latin America has some examples of this commitment strategy, notably promoting trade openness with multiple free trade agreements, increasing capital account openness to access global financial markets and reduce the possible financial repression episodes that have been quite common in the region, and a growing number of independent central banks that pursue price and financial stability. These strategies have improved resilience, allowing the region to cope with the global financial crisis in 2008 and the recent pandemic with significant lower costs than those incurred during previous external shocks. The downside risks in the region have been reduced considerably. Nonetheless, much more needs to be done to overcome the long and slippery road towards development. Every country needs to build social trust in order to reach a shared vision of the future and develop strong institutions with long-term objectives that see beyond the political cycle. We must acknowledge the critical contribution of Dana Acemoglu, Simon Johnson, and James Robinson, the 2024 Nobel laureates in economics, whose insightful research enhanced our understanding of the importance of well-designed institutions for prosperity. To overcome its complex political quagmire, Latin American countries need stronger and more involved citizens that demands its politicians to avoid polarization and promote an inclusive shared vision. We all need to work in the reconstruction of social trust with shared goals and values to bring a better future, finding common ground between different individual interests and the common good. When these objectives are reconciled, societies get closer to their true potential in terms of economic, political, and social outcomes. Now a few words on the current challenges and outlook in Latin America. After the pandemic, economic activity in Latin America experienced a strong rebound and has moderated, especially during this year. This reflects weaker external demand as exports has slowed significantly. The outlook for growth in Latin America remains weak, and the balance of risks of the region has been highly dependent on external conditions and is currently subject to heightened geopolitical tensions and a more uncertain global financial cycle. As we transit from globalization to a more fragmented world, Latin America will be pulled by opposite forces coming from the West and from Asia. In the last quarters, inflation in Latin America has gotten closer to targets on the back of lower goods prices, pressures, and a strong anchoring of expectations. Nonetheless, significant challenges remain for a full convergence to targets. Regarding fiscal policy, 3 challenges stand out for the region. A significant reduction of fiscal space due to the pandemic spending spree. A recomposition of fiscal expenditure has taken place, reducing the share of spending of public services in education, security, and health, and increasing it in direct transfers. Delayed fiscal consolidation with a lower willingness to increase taxes and reduce expenditures. Among emerging markets, Latin America lags in total factor productivity growth and compares poorly in terms of rule of law and the quality of public services. This is worrisome due to the low appetite for much-needed structural reforms, which are essential to significantly improve the medium-term outlook for growth and development in Latin America. Now let me go into the outlook for financial intermediation. In terms of financial deepening, there are profound differences between advanced economies and Latin America. Balance of payment crisis, banking crisis, domestic turmoil, and even bank nationalization episodes have had a heavy toll in Latin American financial system and caused a huge financial deepening gap. In this context, new technologies have a breakthrough potential for financial deepening and inclusion in Latin America. To attain a dynamic and healthy financial ecosystem, the following key factors are needed. 1, same risk, same regulation. Avoid regulatory arbitrage from non-bank financial institutions, fintech, and big tech. Avoid regulatory loopholes. Innovation can materially change financial services and introduce new risks. 3, revolutionize domestic and cross-border payments. 4, promote interoperability and network neutrality to avoid winner-takes-all that affects the financial system. 5, same data, same protection. Homogeneous rules and standards for data protection and data sharing. 6, banks need to develop solutions to attain what I would call a dynamic long-term financing project ecosystem, pooling resources with pension funds in new and creative ways to promote infrastructure and sustainable projects. 7, use behavioral economic insights together with artificial intelligence to provide a better client service match and develop strong client empathy. Develop a customer-centric financial services ecosystem. 8, forget old verticals. Networks and apps are crossing sectors' borders to meet customer needs holistically, moving from market share to customer share. And finally, adopt technology and preserve trust in the financial system. The risk-reward trade-off for financial intermediaries in Latin America has increased. While growth opportunities have expanded considerably, the outlook is more uncertain, and with larger downside risks due to fragmentation and concentration of power in the region. Let me close by saying that the Snakes and Ladders board game has gotten riskier, but more rewarding. Selecting the right strategy has become even more crucial than ever. Thank you very much. I won't take much more of your time. I was asked to introduce the next panel. So can I call for Jason Marczak, Vice President and Senior Director of Adrian Art Latin American Center, Jose Juan Ruiz, President of the Real Instituto Elcano, and this will be moderated by Marisela Alvarenga, Chief Investment Officer of the IDB Investment Bank. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. First of all, I want to extend my sincere condolences to the families that were affected by the flooding a couple of days ago. So it really saddens my heart. Well, I'm very happy to have you here. I'm excited to have Jason Marczak and Jose Juan Ruiz. They have had different research papers about Latin America and the Caribbean. So we are in a pivotal moment. Our region is bursting with potential along investments, along climate change, energy transition, and also on the social agenda and the social progress. So today, we will talk about all these issues and all these topics, which are really interesting, and we just heard about the right strategy for Latin America. So over the past year, Jose Juan has the document on why does Latin America matter, and also Jason has been researching and publishing some papers about the US strategy with Latin America. So I will start by asking you, Jason, what are the main insights from the paper, and what will you, can you share with us today?
Well, thank you so much, Maricela. Great to be here with you and Jose Juan, another panel together, fantastic. And thanks to Santander as well for, I think this is the first time that there's a Latin America panel as part of this conference. That's absolutely fantastic. And I join Maricela and all the other speakers in giving my condolences to the families in Spain that have suffered from the flooding. In my country, in the United States, we just saw that recently as well. And the Carolinas after the last hurricane, and we see that we're not immune to the effects of climate change writ large. A U.S. strategy with Latin America and the Caribbean is absolutely essential. I'm going to ask you, how many times has President Biden traveled to Latin America? Or who's traveled to Latin America more, President Biden or did President Trump travel to Latin America more during their terms? Mm-hmm. Who traveled more, President Biden or President Trump? It's a trick question. They each have only made one trip. President Biden traveled once to Latin America in 2023 for the North American Leaders Summit, and President Trump traveled once to Latin America, to Argentina for the G20 summit back in 2018. So one trip for each president. Now, of course, if I ask that question in a few weeks, the answer will be different because President Biden is traveling to Brazil for the G20 and to Peru for the APEC next month. But as of right now, it's one for each president. And yeah, President Xi has traveled twice since 2018. He was in President Trump at the G20, and he was also in Brazil for the BRICS summit in 2019. Now, I posit that U.S. ability for power projection globally is partly based on the fact that we live in a relatively safe and secure neighborhood. We are blessed as the United States in living in being a country in the Americas, right? A region that has so much potential, a region that has 20% of the world's oil reserves, 25% of global strategic metals, more than 30% of primary forest across the world. And this is a region that, as we wrote in our report, working with the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Subcommittee for the Western Hemisphere, that we have to also recognize the risks and our episodic engagement with the hemisphere. And that's what the US has. We have episodic engagement with the hemisphere. That's partly illustrated, Maricela, by that comment in the beginning about the number of trips. And so what we sought out to do is to put out a 5-year strategy. And why 5 years? Well, because 4 years is a presidential term, and what we've started to see now is this incredible oscillation, right? This pendulum swift shifting in the US politics as we see around the world between different administrations. And so the importance of a 5-year term, and also the importance of working with Congress, because members of Congress, House members, senators, stay for much longer than those in the White House. And we define it based on a couple guiding principles. One is that we need to prioritize cooperation. And actually, as we were putting this together, I consulted with all of our US ambassadors currently serving in the region, or chiefs of mission. We don't have ambassadors in every country. That's a different question. But also with Latin American ambassadors serving in Washington, went to New York and consulted with folks in Wall Street and others. And we put together a group, half Latin American, half US, to look at what should be a strategy, because our other challenge is it can't just be a strategy just from Washington. It has to be a strategy informed by the opinion leaders, political leaders, business leaders across the region. And one thing I heard loud and clear is we need to prioritize cooperation, and that we need a different toolbox, right? Some of the tools that are most effective in the U.S. toolbox are those tools that prioritize how to work sanctions and other tools that, rather than focusing on cooperation, focus on how to assure that U.S. priorities are moved forward in a way that seeks to use kind of the full thrust of the United States. But also we need to focus on nimbleness and pragmatism, right? We don't need to reinvent the wheel, but it's clear that the wheel needs to be greased to more effectively collaborate. And also we need to recognize, and this is what we do at the Atlantic Council, we need to recognize the importance of Latin America and the Caribbean in a broader global context. I know that Santander recognizes that as well. Of course, I'm preaching to the choir here and saying this in Spain. And there's a couple different elements of that, Maricela. Economy, investment and commerce, energy security, migration, security, democracy, institutions and governance. These all need to be part of a broader strategy with the region. And I'll end by saying that when I look at, and Jim Messina will talk more about the US election, but I'll also say that whether President Trump or Vice President Harris win, US key priorities in the region will largely be somewhat similar at a 10,000-foot level, right? The priorities of focusing on migration, the priority of focusing on security, and the priority of focusing on how to assert greater U.S. influence at a time of greater Chinese investment, trade, and other cooperation with the hemisphere.
Okay, no, great insights. Jose Juan, why does Latin America matter?
Thank you, Maricela, and I also join the condolences for the recent events in Spain, the dollar. Let me just begin by telling why we produce the report that Maricela and Jason has been mentioning. Why matters Latin America? We were thinking how to make a different approach to Latin America, and for nearly 4 months, we were asking CEOs, Europarliamentary people from the Commission, from the think tanks, from the universities, from the companies in Europe, what they think about Latin America. And to put things in a very brief sentence, they told us Latin America is a political disaster, Latin America is an economic disaster, United States and Europe are fed up with Latin America, and now China is the hegemon. And those of you, like Spanish people who invested in Latin America in the last 25 years, have destroyed value for the shareholders. We put together these very, very rough statements, and we decide, okay, now we are going to put the numbers and to see what happens when these ideas, these bias, are faced to the numbers that validate or refute this story. This is the first time that in the Real Instituto Elcano we have been beginning to use the sentence that today is our motto: datos matan relatos. Data kills narratives. Because when you go through these 4 statements, you discover that they are not based on analysis, on really research or data. Latin America is not a political disaster. If Latin America is a political disaster, all other countries around the world are political disasters, because we have not been behaving in a quite different way that United States or European countries has been behaving in the last 40 years or 30 years. Let me pinpoint one very big difference of Latin America in terms of politics with the other emerging countries. Latin America is the only continent in which, as a continent, are trying to take off and become developed countries following a democratic system. 90% of the countries in Latin America have democratic system. 85% of the population in Latin America are living on democratic system. You have in Latin America 2, 3, 4 generations of people who have been living with the democratic system. Of course, with weakness, with problems, with trade-offs, but Latin America is the only continent in which democracy is the base upon you are building your convivence and your social life. And this is extremely important. This makes Latin America very different from the others. Let me go to the second statement. It's an economic disaster. Well, it's quite interesting. If you go and see what is the main chain in Latin America, and we have seen this morning some comments on this direction, it's very clear to identify. Latin America was, from the 70s to the beginning of 21st century, it was the source of something like 1 every 4 crises that the world suffer. That is to say, Latin America generates global crises that went from Latin America to the global economy. What has been the responsibility of Latin America in the last 20 years in this transmission of global crisis? Latin America has just produced 1 crisis. This is important, not just because the source of crisis has changed, but because Latin American policymakers have learned how to manage the economy and how to remain and being macroeconomic very orthodox. And this is a key point, because this has made Latin America to converge to those countries that you can bet that are going to manage crisis in a predictable way. And this is extremely important. What has been the problem? Growth has not been there. But Latin America still has a GDP per capita that is above GDP per capita in other emerging countries. And no, there is no such a large number of countries which has been able to close the gap of GDP with United States. Let me go to the third point. The hegemony of China in Latin America as an economic force. Jason was making a very interesting point. Biden and Trump has not traveled very often to Latin America. You can say something similar in Europe. And Xi Jinping has been there many times. And you read a lot about China involved in Latin America. But if you go, take a plane and go to Mexico, it would be completely crazy that you think that China is hegemonic in Mexico. It's not the case. And if you go and take a flight to Brazil or to Argentina or to Santiago de Chile, you will see Europeans, you will see Americans, you will not see Chinese being the dominant and the shaping the economy. I think this is extremely important, and it's inferred from the fact that it's true. Latin America, China, it's one of the most important buyers of commodity export of Latin America. But it's also the same in Africa. It's also the same of all the producers of commodities. The problem of Latin America is that it needs to diversify its export base, but it's not that China is the hegemon there. Just a number to have an idea of what I am talking with numbers. Data kills narratives. Datos matan relatos. 1.5% of the total stock of foreign direct investment in Latin America is made by Chinese foreign direct investment in the region. 0.5, and this compared at 7% when you are talking of Africa, or maybe of 3.5% when you are talking the ex-USSR republics in Europe. Don't get fooled by the narratives. It's not true. China is strategically taking place in Latin America, but is not the hegemon. The hegemon still is the United States, and I think that for the good reason, and Europe has there a very important role to play. And let's go to the final point, that those that trust in Latin America lose money, destroy value for the shareholders. Well, Spain has investment abroad that now are on the tune of $600 billion. And we have something like $300 billion, slightly less, invested in Latin America. What has been the result of this investment? Okay, even taking into account the cost of capital and the volatility of the economies, what Spain has been able to derive from this foreign direct investment abroad has been a creation of value for their shareholder of $100 billion. And this $100 billion is made by something like $35 billion of shareholder value created in Latin America with an investment that is 200 and something like $75 billion with investment in the developed countries. Of course, you have had problems, you have had losers. Venezuela, Argentina has been having a direct impact, negative impact on value, on shareholder value. But on the whole, Latin America has created value for the Spanish shareholders. Let me put together all these comments and make an advice to you, investors, people who are interested in the continent. If you are going to invest in Latin America, make your homework. Look for data. Look for people who make independent research, because otherwise you will miss a very good opportunities to invest and to have profits in the region. Don't trust on the media. Don't trust on the bias. Latin America has a bad reputation, but when you put numbers to the opportunities, most of the time, what you are going to see is a very good place to invest there.
Thank you, Jose Juan. I was worried when he started with the hypothesis, disaster. So thank you for finishing up on a good note, on a positive note. It's very important also what you were mentioning, Jason, that Latin America needs to be in the global conversation, the global context. So we were talking about climate change in the different panels. So we in this room and online are one of the first generations of professionals with the understanding and tools to address climate change. But we are also the last generation who can do something about it. So in Latin America, as you were mentioning, we have a lot of opportunities. We have, and you mentioned about the minerals, critical minerals. We have 2/3 of the critical minerals that are important for the energy transition. We also have the Amazon rainforest, which is the lung of the world. So we do have renewable resources, and it's really important. So if we're thinking about the energy transition, the green transition, and Latin America has all this to offer, what would be like the right way to do it? How do we increase the investments coming from abroad in the right way? What's your take about it?
Well, that's a great question. I just want to, as I answer that, I'm going to pick up on something that Jose Juan said as well, which is on the China question as well, right? And I think that we're not seeing, you go to Mexico and you don't see the growth, you don't see Chinese people as you're walking the streets of Mexico City. But you do also see, a 20-fold increase in Chinese investment across. It started from a very low level, but 20-fold increase across the region in the last 20 years. And I think that's a wake-up call. That's a wake-up call for the United States. It's a wake-up call for Europe as well, insofar as how can we be even more competitive in the region, right? I just came back from Chile last week and talking again about ports, right? And it's only as we're looking at port investments, as we're looking at the Bogota Metro, it's only Chinese firms that are investing. And so how do we provide those opportunities? The U.S. has done some things through the Americas Partnership for Economic Prosperity, but I think there's more to be done. Now, going to the Amazon, this is an important question, Marcel, because right now, many leaders are in Cali, Colombia for the COP16. Next year, folks will be in Brazil for COP30. And these are incredibly important, the biodiversity COP right now, and then the COP next year. These are absolutely fundamental. I was over at the World Bank last week, moderating a conversation with finance ministers from across the region, from the many countries. There's 8 countries in Latin America that are part of the Amazon. That's about 40% of South America that's part of the Amazon. And the Amazon is Amazon is the lungs of the world, right? And when we talk about Latin America, we talk about perceptions versus reality. Well, here's a reality versus a perception. A reality is the fact that Latin America is going to be absolutely essential for helping to solve some of the world's major challenges in the years that come. And biodiversity is one of those challenges. The region also, Brazil in particular, Argentina, has an opportunity to really become a breadbasket for the world. As we're seeing increasing challenges with food security, there are those opportunities as well. We're also seeing some really innovative financing mechanisms coming out of the region, whether it's blue bonds, whether it's green bonds, whether it's biodiversity bonds. There's a lot of really interesting work being done to see how to capture financing in a way that also promotes biodiversity across the region, recognizing the fact that biodiversity is essential not just for the region, but we live in one world, right? And the more that we preserve that biodiversity in the Americas, the more that is helpful for the world writ large. And I think that's going to that needs to continue to be a focus moving forward. It is a very large priority for countries across the hemisphere. And also, not only does climate change or natural disasters has profound implications in the Caribbean. I do a lot of work in the Caribbean, and you have one horrible storm that comes through, one bad hurricane, it can wipe out an island for weeks, the power structure and whatnot. And unlike other places in the world, there's nowhere for the population to go except to leave the country, right? And so natural disasters, climate change, incredible implications. And one of the big challenges that we've continued to see is the number of migrants across the region. And as we look at climate change moving forward, those natural disasters will have profound implications on climate migrants that can be a great opportunity for countries, but also destabilizing if countries do not approach the integration of migrants in the correct way. So biodiversity, climate, incredibly important for the region and for the world writ large, and a real opportunity as well.
No, definitely. Well, actually, I'm coming back from COP16 in Cali, and one of the main topics was how do we co-create different innovative instruments to bring more investment into nature-based solutions, into biodiversity. We launched a biodiversity bond, and we expect to scale it. But obviously, there's also the need to better understand what does that mean, what does it take, and how to really understand that, and how you make the flows go to those type of topics.
Exactly, and I think also what's very optimistic is the fact that you're starting to see the multilateral institutions collaborate on this issue in particular,
Exactly.
right? The Amazon in particular, right? The Inter-American Development Bank, the World Bank Group, joining forces to looking at how to be even stronger partners, provide their technological know-how to the Amazon. And I think it's really important we're looking at the Amazon, it's not just biodiversity, but also looking at the fact that there are 47 million people who live in the Amazon.
Exactly.
Right? And so thinking about solutions for the Amazon also means economic solutions, and it means providing jobs, sustainable jobs, so that there isn't the other alternative of having to cut down trees and other things that harm the environment writ large.
No, definitely. Jose Juan, your takes on climate change and Latin America?
I will put in this way. If you think about the global problems that we have, climate change, disruption of technology, migration, violence, instability. If you think twice on this, what you will conclude if you know Latin American history is that any of these questions can be answered globally without having Latin America around the table. Latin America has a large history of dealing with topics that suddenly has appeared on our agenda. Climate change, the Caribbean is a very big success, a landmark of what happened with hurricanes and how these affect the life, violence, inequality, exclusion. All these things has been the bread and butter of politics and economics in Latin America. In fact, in Latin America, you cannot explain what has happened in the last 50, 75 years without bringing to the first line of reasoning inequality, violence. And this is extremely important because what Latin American governments and societies have, it's an incredible experience of how you have to deal with these topics. Not because they have been successful in dealing with them, but because they can show us how you can going to fail if you follow the old ideas and you try to develop policies that are not socially based, historically based, and are acceptable for the people. This is Acemoglu story that has been mentioned today as a Nobel Prize, and Robertson. I think this is extremely important. And I think Latin America today has a very good opportunity to share this knowledge and to be around the table. It's not just because they can improve our politics. It's because we have to realize that Latin America is not anymore a problem for the global economy. It's not an economic problem that I have shown with my numbers on general crisis. It's part of the solution. Mm-hmm. And because they have the experience of what can work and what is not going to work. Look what happened with inequality and what has happened with inequality in the last 15 years, 20 years in Latin America. Of course, you have the big success of China, bringing people to the middle class through these very incredible rates of growth. But if you go to Latin America, you will see that 45 million people leave poverty in a very short period of time. That if you go and you try to measure where is Latin America today in terms of GDP per capita and distribution, you will see that Latin America is any longer a poor region. It's a middle-class region, and it explains politics, this explains a lot of things, innovation, entrepreneurship, fintechs, in the demand for inclusion. I think the things have changed profoundly. What has not changed? I think what has not changed, it's the very bad way in which academics and policymakers in Latin America approach their relation with the global conversation. They try to explain what's happening in Argentina, in Chile, or in Brazil. No longer, nobody is going to pay attention to this story. Are very complicated. You need a lot of investment, a lot of effort. The question is not try to explain Latin America. It's try to explain to the others what I have and what is my experience, which can help you to solve the global problems, the public goods problems that we have in front of us and which has been the topic of this discussion this morning. I think there is a very big role, a big role to play by Latin Americans, because we know what works and what is not going to work for sure. And this it's better to not to have all the recipes, but to know what is not going to work.
Yeah.
I think one key thing here is, and you're saying too, Jose Juan, is the region is an incredible opportunity, right? And I think with what we're seeing right now is we're seeing a rapidly changing global order, right? The world is changing, as we've talked about this throughout this conference today, the world is changing more quickly in the last few years than it's changed in decades, perhaps some of the greatest changes since World War II, right? Yeah. And so the importance of the Americas, the importance of Latin America for the United States will only continue to grow, and frankly, for Europe as well, will only continue to grow. Spain has long recognized this, and it is important for what the importance of the region as a trade partner, as a commercial partner, but we also saw that with votes at the UN around Russia's invasion of Ukraine and other critical votes. And so the region is increasingly an opportunity, but the region's also increasingly at the center of geostrategic competition on the global stage that's playing out. And from my perspective, what's most important is to have a pro-Europe, pro-US approach in the region rather than an anti-China approach. Yeah. That doesn't necessarily bode too well. And what's also fundamental, and we've talked about this, is in the absence of a lot of time, we've talked about the region as somewhat homogeneous as part of this conversation. But it's really important to drill down on specific countries, and not only specific countries, but specific regions within each country, right? And as we're looking at investment decisions, that is absolutely fundamental for making the right decisions and for knowing your local market.
Yes, no, definitely. Just because we have only a few seconds, but well, we talk about climate change and the opportunities that Latin America has to offer. All the critical minerals, the Amazon, it's really important for the world. It's a solution for the global challenges. Second, we talk about inclusion, social agenda, which is really important, how everything is moving so fast. But I would like to finish up with Jose Juan. I predict the future for Latin America as one word.
The geopolitical value of Latin America is increasing. And we have heard this morning that
I heard a few words there, Jose Juan. Yeah.
Increase in geopolitical value.
Thank you. Jason.
Fundamental on the global stage. That's more than one word, but it's close. Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't agree more. So it was one word, but thank you so much, our panelists.
To the stage with you. So nice to meet you.
Likewise. I think we met in another panel.
Come with me. Andrew, you can sit down.
Where would you like us seated? Here.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Hazel Diaz. I'm the Global Chief Information Security Officer at Banco Santander. And I'm very honored to be moderating this panel today about this hot topic, which is artificial intelligence. So, and also with the fabulous speakers with me today that will help us to decipher the mysteries of artificial intelligence. A lot has been discussed and talked about artificial intelligence since the explosion of generative AI and large language models. But what is behind the AI? So what is the regulation, competitiveness? So a lot of aspects that we will go to discuss today. So let's start talking about competitiveness. So it's something that has been repeated through all of the sessions today, and AI is a key factor for that, right? So Cecilia, maybe we can discuss about this with you. So I know that you have been discussing a lot with the European Commission and so on. So let me introduce first Cecilia. So Cecilia is the Director General of Digital Europe. So she is an expert in technology, and in particular, disruptive technologies. As head of Europe's lead trading association for digital transforming industries, she is closely engaged in discussions with European political leaders on the implications of AI, including how to best regulate it. She is also a member of the European Commission's high-level expert group on AI. I have with me as well Uljan Sharka, so CEO of iGenius. So Uljan is at the forefront of these issues as a practitioner. So he is the founder of iGenius, which is one of the Europe's most successful AI unicorns. He has also worked with both the United Nations and the World Economic Forum to help develop good principles on AI development. So thank you very much for joining me today. So let's discuss about the competitiveness topic. So I know that you have been discussing very frequently with the European Commissioners about this topic. So how do you see AI role and technology on this competitiveness for Europe?
So I would like to start by saying, if we look at the gap that has increased over the last 20 years in growth of GDP between EU and US, we're exactly more or less the same 20 years ago. And the question is, what is the major factor that has created this gap? And to me, it's quite visible that it's digitalization. It is really a change in how we do business. As soon as digitalization is hitting an economy or a sector, the speed of innovation accelerates like never before. And we started doing that within the sector. So we had huge consolidations within the tech sector over the crisis of 2008. But then, after that consolidation, we really saw how the knowledge on how to use technologies in other sectors, whether that is in manufacturing, or it's pharma, or it's banking, the use of data accelerated the innovation cycles. I mean, just to be very concrete, for example, now we see in Ukraine that the defense technologies, the dual-use technologies, the innovation cycles is between 2 and 6 weeks. Our procurement system in defense, from we start having a procurement thought to we actually have a product in the market, takes 18 years. So the whole innovation cycle of technology is basically disrupting the speed and demanding scale. So one thing we do not have in Europe is scale. We do everything country by country, whether we regulate, invest, whether we are trying to manage regulation or putting reports on businesses. And that is actually what's going on right now, that we are losing competitiveness because we're not understanding that the economy has been accelerated. So the winning companies are the ones that knows how to compete on speed, on scale, on simplicity, and scale across a large amount of countries. And that's where we really, really struggle. And that would put a demand on Europe to act in a different way. So we just published a study on critical technologies. Out of the 8 critical technologies, so critical technologies are the ones that are defining not only for economic stability, but also for military and societal stability in general. And US started working with these around 20 years ago, and so did China. We just defined ours in Europe 1.5 years ago. And they are, of course, like connectivity, artificial intelligence, energy and green tech, quantum computing, et cetera, et cetera. In these 8 technologies, Europe leads in 1. And that's connectivity. But we are the least connected and the ones who are investing least in connectivity and deploying the least 5G in the world. On green tech, on solar panel, we lost it. We know that 80% of energy will actually come from Chinese solar panels in the future. And we just sold the last factory of doing the liquids for the solar panels in Germany, I think 2.5 years ago. So it means that we haven't really understood that innovation is amazing, amazing. We're super good at innovating. Research and development in universities and all this stuff, we know how to do it, but we don't earn money on these innovations. Typically, we invent it, it becomes maybe like a medium-sized company, and then either it's sold or somebody else adopts the innovations that we're doing. And even for the mature area of green tech and energy tech, where we have been like world leading right now because of the IRA and huge investments in the US, monies are really flowing out, investments are flowing out towards the US. So it really is a fundamental shift on how we need to act with financial funding instruments. And I would say we asked all the companies that we were interviewing in this study, I really urge you to read it, it's called The Critical Technology Gap. We asked them what works, and they said, Europe is too complex. We need simplicity. We need to look at how do we use common tax incentives on critical technology investments across Europe. With that, we understand that. We know how that we will get money on the bottom line of our profits right away, and not some kind of project on a report that will tell us that in the future there will be something in 5 years. So it really has put a huge pressure on the European way of thinking in national small islands of investment and funding, putting a huge pressure onto that way of thinking. And we really need to change it. And everything is in the letter report, so read it if you haven't done it already. It's absolutely excellent. Draghi built on top of that with the competitiveness with other countries. But we are lacking quite significantly behind. And just one last number, 8% of the companies in Europe has adopted AI, 30% in the US, and 50% in China. So speeding up the adoption and use of AI is absolutely crucial to our competitiveness.
Indeed, Cecilia. So, Uljan, I know your company, you are helping your customers in order to scale up efficiencies by adopting AI. So what are the opportunities you see for the European economy much more broadly?
Thank you. I will start with a personal insight. We have been spending the past 8 years to build what we call AI models made in Europe. It took us 7 years to get to a unicorn valuation. Mm-hmm. And if we look at our most recent peer in the industry in the US, it took them 7 days. So they basically incorporated as a unicorn. So if I have to think about that and the reason why, one word comes into my mind: access to capital. The reasons beyond that and the opportunities that come with building in Europe, I think are a bit different from what we have been discussing this morning, especially around the regulation. So I wanted to share some perspective on that. So the AI revolution is actually a social revolution more than it is a technological revolution. This brings us back as much as more than 500 years ago when the press revolution happened. And if you look at the fundamentals of AI, I would say that it really touches on language and culture. And talking about experience, and talking about what we discussed this morning, so when we launched our business in the US, we thought, oh my God, it's going to be amazing, easier than Europe, we won't have the language problem, we won't have the culture problem. And we started establishing in different states, hiring people. At the beginning, we thought we just needed one legal entity, and then we started getting, letters, and every state wanted their own, I would say, legal name. They all have their own taxation rates, and they all require a different reporting system. So we started asking ourselves how it is that US is being presented differently than Europe when it has the same challenges. I mean, here it's not different to establish operations in 3 states than it is in doing it in Italy, France, Switzerland, or Spain. The only answer to that is language and culture. And there is a third magic component, the way the US implements software. Software has eaten the world. Software is the operating system of the world. And unfortunately, Europe has a problem with 3 of these. We have outsourced software, so we do not control our own operating system. We have fragmented languages, and of course, we have different cultures, which is what makes us unique, by the way. Now, the problem with Europe is that we're trying to challenge those 3 components instead of embracing those as a competitive advantage. We have been trying to copy-paste the strategy of other ecosystems, such as Silicon Valley, and this is why we believe, after 8 years in building in Europe, why Europe has failed over the past 20 years. When we stepped up is when we changed our perspective, when we started embracing regulation as a competitive advantage, embracing the European DNA as a unique, different way of building AI. This is not about competing and building a better system than the US or than China. It is actually by embracing our DNA and that by transferring the values that we have in other industries and combining those with AI, that we can actually solve the challenges that come with the opportunity of AI. And I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Europe, because the challenges that I mentioned before, the operating system of the region, which is about software and AI, engineering language, so we could achieve a single digital market much faster with AI because we can translate the cultural complexity. We can have everyone talking to their own language while yet achieving consensus and a single market that, because of AI, can actually operate and function more seamlessly. And of course, embrace culture and diversity, which makes AI smarter and better, more fair, more inclusive. So I'm very positive about the competitive advantage of Europe. I just think we have to have a longer-term view. If we look at the past revolutions in the 80s or the 2000s, it took 20 years to establish leadership in these markets. We are at the very beginning. Unfortunately, we are living a reality distortion. Everyone is telling us, that AI is going to destroy jobs. It will somehow be autonomous into potentially harming us. But if you think about Gen AI models today, for example, like ChatGPT or those that we build, the simplest way to think about the model is a text file where you copy-paste more than 1 trillion words that are interconnected by a sophisticated algorithm that, based on the questions that you make, connects those words and brings up an answer, a result. This is the simplest technology we have ever built, yet sophisticated. But it is far from being autonomous technology. It is far from disrupting jobs at scale. It is actually just a tool that we can implement as we want. And one last insight I wanted to share is how we think at iGenius this is going to be useful to the world and not just to Europe over the next 5 years. We usually say that the future is too old. We don't plan too ahead in the future because the speed of change will actually disrupt you in the meanwhile. So in order to actually embrace AI, we need to start from the real problems. We need to start from the digital divide, from the skills gap, and we need to start from very pragmatic KPIs, such as, for example, the lost productivity that we have because of the bad quality of software and the bad quality of data. Unfortunately, that number is not being measured in Europe, but in the US, there is a consortium that is taking care of serving the economy to understand what is that impact. And last year, it was estimated that the United States lost more than $2 trillion in lost productivity because of the bad quality of data and the bad quality of software. So the gap that we have into making technology more democratized, more inclusive, and enabling it at par for everyone is still huge. So this is what I see in the next 5 years for Europe. The ability to embrace AI as a tool to maximize and amplify the potential of its industrial leadership, and to actually plan differently for the next 20 years into first building something that embraces its unique DNA, and that innovates its internal market before competing with others. Let's remember that we have a huge internal market, and if we just tap into our internal market, not only we can build big tech companies that are over €1 trillion in market capitalization over the next 20 years, but we can also maximize and unify our capital markets because we can turn every European company into a tech company.
Let's talk about the other side of the coin. So where do you see Europe has a competitive advantage actually compared to other regions, and how we can leverage that to boost innovation?
I think that's exactly your vision for how we can turn it into an advantage. But I think the general before said, sometimes we need to not live on a vision, but the situation that we have at hand. And the situation is right now that technologies are boosting the innovation cycle, and the companies that we have in nearly in all sectors, I would say, maybe not banking, it's a bit more difficult to enter the banking sector than it is in other sectors, but if we look at manufacturing, if we look at green tech, the innovations that of the future really depends on generative AI models, etc. And it also means that those sectors where we are leading today will somehow be accelerated in consolidation and disruption, and it will go faster. And then you can say, yeah, but why didn't they open data before? Why didn't they use data before? Well, we are where we are, and we chose by opening data by regulation. But it doesn't speed up the innovativeness of a company necessarily that you open up their data. Maybe it speeds up innovative initiatives of other companies that might not be European also. So it is a cycle that is unstoppable of disruption. Does it mean that we cannot win in some of the areas? No, but it does mean that we need to have different tools, different policy tools within Europe and within a single market that is non-existing. I scaled 2 companies and I didn't do it in the internal market. I'm sorry, I did it outside. So we need other tools such as tax incentives, large-scale procurement programs, not national, not redistribution of funds country by country, but in larger units. Maybe dedicating 25% of funding or procurement to smaller companies, so there is direct contracting, rapid procurement methods, as NATO is doing right now, trying to collapse 8 years to 1 year, and they will still on technologies that might even be too slow. So there are really a moment in history where we need to look at our original, very vision-driven, value-driven policy initiatives and say, like, they're not working anymore. The world is now different. How can we not talk about who has the mandate to do tax incentives and what is the right medicine for the problem that we have? And I hope that when we see Ursula von der Leyen, I think she's just right on track. I'm a big fan and a big believer. But she needs also to convince the member states to not always do their own thing, but to collaborate with the right tools. And sometimes that will be membership mandate and agreement on that. How can we, what are the sectors where we can turn this into an advantage? Well, of course, you know better than anybody how you use this in banking for fraud detection, smarter services towards the client, detection of cyber attacks. There are many, many things that we use this for. If you look at other sectors, we can now, with use of AI, recognize cancer before any human eye can. We can basically detect it before it is not even cancer yet. We can see companies like Philips, who has done like a cardio monitoring system that can tell you way before you get a heart attack or even that you have something coming on the way, helping patients today. So there are huge innovations. Our issue is not innovation. Our companies are brilliant. I just visited Danfoss, who does heat pumps, super, super efficient distribution of power and electricity, using electricity, but it is, do we have the scale? Do we actually have a market and the capital to scale so we become the winner worldwide. In Europe, we have not created, in the last 50 years, one company over 100 billion euros. If you look in US, they have created 7 over $1 trillion. So those facts shows us that there is something wrong with the scaling and financing. Access to risk-willing capital, scale, and scale of market are the two missing links that we haven't really cracked the nut on. We can't keep on innovating in universities and take for granted that they are adopted and scaled in European companies.
Uljan, where are you seeing the most successful adoption of AI? So apart from the financial sector, in other industries, where are you seeing that?
Financial services for us is first priority today. We tested many industries throughout the years, and that was the main sweet spot because of the opportunity to democratize information and to leverage the gold mine of data that each bank is possessing. But we see advanced manufacturing and government that are two other regulated areas where AI will make a difference, especially in advanced manufacturing with the acceleration of the scientific process, so being able to actually simulate faster and to increase the returns on R&D and to shorten those timelines, so such as, for example, building new materials or drugs in the case of pharma and healthcare companies. So in government, we see a huge opportunity to add high-tech skills to what are high-touch functions. So those roles that have been performed exclusively by people now can actually not be automated, but be actually made more sophisticated, more scalable, and with high tech actually enable people to augment their potential to provide a better citizen and customer service more broadly.
Interesting. So let's move to the second most discussed topic today, regulation. So regulation and AI, so there are two key hot topics, right? So AI Act is a reality, entering into force in August 2024 in Europe. So, and we are seeing how other jurisdictions are regulating and having different totally approaches to AI. So, and as well from an organization perspective, so all of the industries are struggling how to be compliant with AI, but with at the same time, don't lose a competitive advantage of embracing the technology. So what's your view from Digital Europe's perspective? I know that you're having a lot of discussions with the policymakers, so what's your view on that?
I mean, honestly, our view from the start of the AI Act is let's look at areas that are real harm. I mean, normally harm comes from malicious stakeholders, not industry, first of all. So somebody who is intentionally want to hurt, and it's very, very seldom that you get a company saying, I'm intentionally trying to hurt my clients or citizens. So our opinion from the start was, let's look at how we can put criteria in public procurement, a code of conduct, something like this. It ended up like a big piece of legislation. We managed to get some good things in there, but right now we are actually looking at how can we make sure that the interpretation does not spread for unnecessary areas. Let me mention you just an example. Your electronic toothbrush or your electronic vacuum cleaner is actually under high risk because it's under the safety regulation and it can cause you physical harm. I mean, my vacuum cleaner, at best it would just stop or go in the wrong direction. So there are really right now a huge job to clean up unintentional consequences on AI regulation. We already have safety regulations for devices like that. We don't need extra regulation for these type of devices. We have that for, I just mentioned something that is easy to understand, but we actually have that sector by sector. We have unintentional consequences coming from these type. And if you look at a small company, 50 employees, it will cost them, not in like direct, indirect costs, so not lost revenue or that you need to hire a lawyer instead of an innovator, but direct cost set at a fee rate that is super, super low. If you can get an AI specialist for that, please do. I think it was 32 euros an hour. You will have a cost around 300,000 euro for a company of 50 employees. So, and this is not my numbers, this was the numbers done by the Commission at that time. So you imagine the amount of cost and regulation coming from the AI Act, the Data Act, the Open Data Act, the next one, the CRA, which is on cybersecurity. And right now, what we are working on is really to see how can we minimize the spread of interpretation on these unintended consequences, and how can we make sure that we don't get extra reporting burdens. And we're publishing in 3 weeks, also really based on Enrico Letta's different categories on how we can cut burden of regulation. And we are coming out with 100 areas where we see directly we can use, we can cut the regulatory burden of companies, because it's a huge, it's actually, I was looking at Anna Botin, she said that we would have, I think she said 11 million more jobs, and we would have a growth of 300 billion more. The amount of burden on industry right now amounting from regulatory burden is 200 billion. So at least we would only have a lack of growth that would be 100 billion if we actually managed to get that burden down. Maybe we won't get to a zero, but maybe just cutting in half, we have 100 extra billion in real growth funding in companies that they can use for hiring super cool, innovative, or to hire you to make their business more efficient than having to hire a lawyer or an accountant to do their papers of nitty-gritty reporting. So there is a huge potential in this. It's very high on the agenda, but you know how it tends to be. If you take a bunch of regulators and you move them into a room, what they do is regulation. But I do know that Ursula von der Leyen has sent a very clear message to the services saying, bring me concrete areas where I can cut burden. And of course, now we are in a banking environment. I really urge you to come up, and we are already doing that with Banco Santander and the other banks, how we can cut the burden also on reporting and unnecessary consequences from the banking industry, and there will be a lot.
Wolfgang, I know that you have a very disruptive view on that, as you see regulation as a competitive advantage for Europe. So can you explain that more, please?
So one of the most important challenges with AI is going to be trust, building trust into removing hallucinations from these models, but also control, because we cannot have a future where a dozen companies control the world's knowledge, and everything that we transact on every interface is actually filtered by a few private companies. So I think that regulation is a competitive advantage for Europe, because it is going to enable Europe to build the most trusted AI globally on one side. On the other side, if we look closer at the AI Act, it is saying 3 things. Don't build weapons, don't violate human rights, and don't create systemic risk. As an AI company, these 3 guidelines are extremely reasonable to us, and we do not see another way other than building AI based on those principles. So it depends on the regulation. Now, I'm not an expert of regulation in the financial services sector, so I don't want to oversimplify things. But when it comes to the AI Act, I think it has been absolutely overestimated in terms of impact. And I think it is a competitive advantage because we should not negotiate on human rights. It's obvious that we are in front of a choice right now. Should we press more on innovation and get faster innovation and negotiate human rights, or preserve human rights and have slower innovation? I'll be more for the latter, because I think it took us hundreds of years, to establish the rule of law as we enjoy today. It took us hundreds of years to have this level of well-being in society, and destroying it for a technology that is not even yet mature at the level that everyone is presenting it, I think that's not worth. And I'm proud of how Europe is regulating it, actually.
So but I think we need to be a little bit, we're doing it black and white here. Of course, nobody wants to build a weapon, and there are some banned areas that are very, very fair. But if you dive into the details of it, it is regulating, I mean, whether you have the AI Act or not, it's still illegal to violate human rights. Whether you have the AI Act or not, it's still illegal to have a bias that will harm or discriminate. All these laws are in place. We have them. So just to be sure that it is not the AI Act that is regulating that. They are just building, it's a given before that. And there are really some areas that is in the banned areas. But if you look at the high-risk areas, it has a long range of unintended consequences on non-dangerous, non-weaponized products. And that's exactly what we are looking at now. So we need to be a little bit more detailed here, and I think it will not be a competitive advantage. We have seen, we only have 6% of the world's venture capital for good reasons, scale and other things. And we have seen that due to the GDPR, which was very timely, very good regulation, it did not make us more competitive. So we need to stop saying, if we just do the right thing all the time, and we write everything on paper, and we put burdens on the companies, we will be more successful in business. There is a thin line between creating value and sustaining values, but we do have regulations that safeguards human rights. It's illegal to harm people. We have safety regulations. So I think what we didn't manage to do is to find that, strike that balance. And for us, it's very important now to look at these high-risk categories and make sure that the unintended consequences on non-dangerous products, on products that are already regulated through a range of other regulations that we have. We are extremely well regulated in Europe, that we do not have the financial reporting burdens and implementation burdens of that, because that will benefit no one. It will definitely not make us more competitive.
Cecilia and Uljan, so I would love to continue the conversations for hours, but unfortunately we're out of time. So I think that it has been clear that AI will be a key factor in talking about growth of Europe. So, and as well, that this has challenges that we need to face and we need to deal with. So good luck with the work you are doing with the policymakers and best shaping the future on AI. And thank you for joining us today. Thank you very
so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Oops.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ron. That was great. Thanks. That was terrific. Hazel, well done. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. If you've been wondering what is the difference between the International Banking Conference in Madrid and the International Monetary Fund meetings in Washington, the answer is that this is much more open, more informal, candid, and interesting, but lunch is later. And so you'll be glad to know that time has come. At each stage, I just try to keep a note of where we've got to. I think that last session, I hope you'll agree, just getting through thinking about things from the perspective of Europe or Mexico, or particularly the European Union financial system, I came away thinking to myself, particularly listening to Uljan and Cecilia there, that at a time when the future is moving so fast forwards, what is the price of having a very strong memory? And the realization that, particularly in that session with Andreas and Klaas, but also listening to Enrico Letta talk about the extent to which European divisions were holding back a consolidation, a singularity of the market here, I thought was a really profound point. And I was struck by what the Commissioner McGuinness had said about the fact that in Europe, people have a strong memory. And listening, I thought, to Klaas and to Andreas in particular, the memory of the financial crisis and the responsibilities, but also the cost of that, seemed to be one of the themes of this morning. And it felt as though it came to a head just now with that conversation about AI and the realization that there is a price to memory when you're realizing that the future is being shaped at speed, if not here, then elsewhere. So I hope that has given you food for thought as you go for some actual food. We will meet up in an hour, exactly in an hour, because the last two sessions of the day, I hope will be, in some ways, the most exciting, but potentially worrying. You know, Jens Stoltenberg, the former head, or the former Secretary General of NATO, will be here to talk about the defense challenges facing the West. And then, to my mind, possibly one of the 2 or 3 greatest political minds at work in America today, Jim Messina, is here. He will be talking about the mechanics of the US presidential election just 5 days out from it, and I hope that we will come away, if not encouraged, certainly enlightened by what is happening in US politics. And we know we want to make sure that we get away on time. It's a big weekend, and we hope that we'll get away everyone on time. So do have a good and proper lunch, and meet back here in exactly an hour. Thanks so much. So thanks very much. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I have the great pleasure, honor of now interviewing Jens Stoltenberg, who was until very recently the Secretary General of NATO, is now moving to a very prestigious role heading up the Munich Security Conference. I've actually spent time with Secretary General Stoltenberg on quite a few occasions. I've interviewed him. Many of my colleagues have interviewed him many, many times. I have to say, Jens, that you are known as the most on-message man on the world stage, that you were never ruffled by a question. You were always on message. You are the perfect NATO Secretary General because whatever journalists threw at you, you had exactly the talking points. So I have very, very high expectations now that you're no longer the Secretary of NATO and you don't have to be so diplomatic. I expect you to be very, very forthcoming, and I am very pleased to say that your team told me to ask you very hard questions. And they also told me to interrupt you if you go on and talk for too long. So get ready, because that's what it's going to be like. And I will interrupt you and keep you rolling. We only have about 20 minutes, so I want to make sure we get through a bunch of questions. I'm sure the audience is just as eager to hear from you now that you are unleashed and able to say whatever you want. So I want to start with a softball. How hard was it doing that job? Because I remember so many times you looking very sad and very kind of like, a little bit like Stalin, who would always, he would always resign, and then they would say, no, no, Stalin, you can't leave. You're too important to us, to the nation. And there was a little bit like that with NATO. You would, 5 years in, you're like, I'm ready to leave, I'm resigning. And they say, no, 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 we can't do it without you. What was it like doing that job? And what was it like being asked to carry on and carry on and carry on, long beyond what you thought you were going to do in the beginning?
So first, Jamil, it's great to see you again, great to attend this Santander conference. But let me start by also expressing my deepest condolences and sympathy to Spain and to all the victims of the flooding. Then I don't know whether that comparison with Stalin is a compliment or not. What I can say is that it was demanding. It was a hard job to be Secretary General of NATO for 10 years, but it was also extremely meaningful. So therefore, I'm really mean it when I say it was a great privilege to serve at the helm of NATO, to work with 32 allies, and to ensure that we actually stepped up and not least supported Ukraine. So it's right to leave, and I don't miss myself. NATO has an excellent Secretary General now with Mark Rutte, but I'm a privileged man who has been able to serve for 10 years at NATO.
And what could you say now that you wish you could have said then, when you were running NATO?
You know, I have always been a careful man, also before I was elected as Secretary General of NATO, and I actually plan to continue to be a bit careful, partly also because I'm going to take up the job as chair of the Munich Security Forum, and that also gives me some responsibility. So, you know, freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose, meaning that if I just spoke freely, I would have no impact, very likely no impact at all. But I think what I can say is that we could have started to support Ukraine much earlier. And if you ask me what could I have said earlier and more clearly while I was in position, was that, of course, if we had supported Ukraine more after 2014, because the war didn't start in 2022, it started in 2014, with only a fraction of the military support we have given after the full-scale invasion in 2022, it may be that we have been able to prevent the invasion, to prevent war. So it demonstrates how arming a country, how deterrence actually is a way to preserve peace, and that could have been the case in Ukraine.
So Vladimir Putin and apologists in the West for Vladimir Putin would say, or do say, that it was NATO expansion that caused the Ukraine war. That was the trigger. That if NATO had stuck with what America had promised, supposedly, although that's apparently not true, but that it wouldn't expand eastward, that this would have never happened. What do you say to that?
First, I say that NATO has never threatened Russia, and Ukraine has never threatened Russia. Second, the idea that in a way NATO expansion is the reason for the war is very dangerous. Partly because it's not NATO in a kind of aggressively way going eastwards. It's the countries that obtained freedom after the end of the Cold War. The Baltic countries, Poland, Romania, all these countries, they chose through democratic free processes to apply for membership and join NATO. And the fact that sovereign nations make sovereign democratic decisions and to call that a threat against the neighbor Russia is a very dangerous thought. That Latvia, in a way, decides, or Lithuania decides that we want to be part of NATO, that gives Russia the right to invade or to deny them that right is extremely dangerous. And I say that also because I come from Norway. When NATO was established in 1949, Norway was the only country bordering the Soviet Union. Joseph Stalin in Moscow said that was a provocation that Norway joined NATO bordering the Soviet Union. But Washington, London, Paris, these countries that were key in establishing NATO, they said if Norway wants, of course they had the freedom to join. So we can never accept that free democratic decisions by independent countries gives another country, Russia, the right to invade and to deny them the right to choose their own path.
That's a very interesting thing that brings me to my next question. Do you believe that only democracies, proper democracies, should be allowed to be part of the NATO club?
Democracy is one of NATO's core values, and I have used much of my time to advocate for the importance of democracy in the big world, but also, of course, inside NATO, that we uphold those values. But of course, I know that not all allies have always been able to live up to those values. When NATO was established, Spain was not invited because Spain was a dictatorship under General Franco. But Portugal was invited. And Portugal was not a democracy either in 1949. It was actually a dictatorship. And the reason why Portugal was invited was that the strategic importance of the Azores, the Atlantic islands were so important that actually they decided that was more crucial for the alliance than the level of democracy in Portugal. This is an historic example, but it demonstrates that actually NATO has struggled with that dilemma, also defending against outward threats, but at the same time trying to live up to the core values of democracy. It's nothing new in our alliance.
Which brings me to Turkey. Let's talk about Turkey. Turkey recently asked to join the BRICS, and surely that must disqualify Turkey from being a NATO member. But is it just too strategic, given its geographic location and its positioning in the Middle East? Surely, asking to join BRICS is like the definition of wanting to leave NATO, surely.
Well, first of all, to attend the BRICS meetings doesn't mean that you agree with President Putin. There were many countries participating in that meeting a week ago, and they disagree on many issues, including the war in Ukraine, where Turkey, but also India, other countries that participated in the meeting, have condemned clearly in different UN resolutions the illegal invasion by Russia of Ukraine. Second, what matters for me is that Turkey is an important part of NATO's collective defense. You can just look at the map. They are bordering Russia in the Black Sea, but they're also bordering Iraq and Syria. And our fight against ISIS, especially from 2014 and in the following years, that fight was very much dependent on using infrastructure, the bases in Turkey. So Turkey supports NATO. There are concerns among some allies about freedom of expression, the right for journalists to work in a free way. And I have encouraged allies to raise those concerns using NATO as a platform, but it doesn't change the importance of Turkey being a NATO ally.
In 1954, the Soviet Union proposed joining NATO. Do you think there could ever be a day where Russia would be allowed to join NATO?
It doesn't look very likely today, but we need to remember that.
I'm looking for a headline. Yes, come on. No.
Yeah.
Carry on.
That history is full of examples of adversaries that actually become close friends. So in one time in the future, of course, that can be possible. If you look at Europe, you see countries like France and Germany. They used to be in war with each other for centuries. Now they are the best friends and allies, both in the European Union and in NATO. Britain fought Germany, France for many years. Now they are allies in NATO. In the Nordic region, where I'm from, Norwegians and Danes and Swedes used to kill each other in many Nordic wars. It's totally over. So of course it's not written in stone that we forever must have a difficult, bad adversary relationship with Russia. Of course, we can build trust in the future, even though it looks quite bleak now.
So we have a new acronym. I think we coined it at Politico, but we probably stole it and then coined it. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, the CRINC, as we're calling them. The CRINC, how serious is an alliance of these countries? You know, have North Korean soldiers allegedly or supposedly now fighting in the Kursk region against Ukraine. China supplying at least all the components needed for Russia to run its war machine. How serious is this alliance? What do you, when you see this alliance, how worried are you about it?
No, that's very serious, and it demonstrates how authoritarian powers are more and more aligned, how Russia and China are more and more aligned, and how Russia is receiving support from North Korea, Iran, but also China, propping up the Russian war economy. As I said, more than 90% of the microelectronics Russia is using to build their bombs, the missiles they use against Ukraine, they receive from China. Thousands of drones, ammunition from Iran, from North Korea, and now also more than 10,000 soldiers on their way to the front lines in Ukraine. So the more aligned these authoritarian powers are, the more important it is that we are aligned in NATO, North America and Europe, but also working closely with partners around the world, including South Korea, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and others. So this is extremely serious, and it also demonstrates that security is not regional. It's not a European security and then a Asian security. It's a global security. What happens in Asia matters for Europe, and what happens in Europe matters for Asia, and the war in Ukraine really demonstrates that.
I'd just like to thank you for mentioning little New Zealand, where I grew up, in that long list of much more important countries. Yes, I think it was Henry Kissinger described New Zealand as the dagger pointed at the heart of Antarctica, which makes us incredibly important strategically as little Kiwis. Are you worried, what you just said there about global, you know, when you listen to the Chinese, you listen to others in the world, they say that's mission creep. NATO is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It's got nothing to do with China or Asia. So are you worried about mission creep for NATO?
So first, it's not for me to speak on behalf of NATO anymore, but I'm confident that NATO will remain a regional alliance. It's actually in the treaty that NATO is for European countries and Canada and the United States. So by definition, NATO will remain a regional alliance. But this transatlantic region faces global threats. And that has been the case for many years. International terrorism is global. Cyber is global. Space is by nature global, and space is more and more weaponized. And then the war in Ukraine demonstrates how Iran, North Korea, and China are enabling Russia to fight the biggest war in Europe we have seen since the Second World War. So, of course, the transatlantic region has to deal with global threats and also then work with global partners, including New Zealand, in addressing them together with other democratic nations.
I can see the headlines in Wellington tomorrow. It's great. I'm very happy. You've been quite a big advocate of tackling climate change, and I want to challenge you a little bit on this. Is there really a link between hard defense needs and climate action, or should soldiers really focus on fighting and winning wars? Because I can tell you that Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping are not worrying about their carbon footprint when they think about invading their neighbors or actually invade their neighbors. So do you really think there is a connection between military goals and climate change goals, tackling climate change?
Yeah, absolutely. And that was one of the big achievements we actually made at the very successful NATO summit in Madrid not so many years ago, where we agreed a new strategic concept for the alliance, the Madrid strategic concept, where we clearly defined that climate change matters for our security. Partly because climate change is a crisis multiplier. It increases competition of scarce resources, water, land, and will force millions of people to move. So it multiplies crisis. Second, our soldiers, they operate out there in more and more extreme weather conditions, and the uniform, the equipment, the planes, the ships have to adapt to more extreme weather conditions. Thirdly, and most importantly, is of course that if we really want to reach a global net zero of emissions of greenhouse gases, we also need to find ways to reduce emissions from military activity, which is quite substantial with the planes, with the ships, with all the other things that we do as militaries in the alliance and in the wider world. And I believe that in the long run, it will not be a contradiction between either green, environmentally friendly, or effective military capabilities. I strongly believe that in the future, the most effective engines, the most effective vehicles will also be environmentally friendly, as you now see with, for instance, development of electric cars and electric engines. So it's about NATO and allies keeping the technological edge by also then implementing more climate-friendly technologies in their armed forces.
So the obvious question that any journalist would ask you next is, can NATO survive Trump? But I want to turn that around a little bit. And I want to say, is it possible, in your opinion, that the shock that Donald Trump might provide if he is elected next week is exactly what NATO needs? Because the danger is more that we get President Harris and then it's business as usual and everyone goes back to relying on America, a weakening America, let's be honest, a diminished and probably over the long term, somewhat diminishing America, and relies on that for collective defense rather than standing up and paying its own way. So could Trump be just the ticket that NATO needs to fix itself?
I expect that regardless of who is elected as president in the United States, the United States will remain a committed NATO ally. We don't have any guarantees in democracies, but that's what I expect, because it is in the security interest of the United States to have a strong NATO. In NATO, the United States has something no other major power has, and that is more than 30 friends and allies. Russia doesn't have that, China doesn't have that, and of course the United States is big. It's 25% of world GDP. But together with NATO allies, we are 50% of the world's GDP and 50% of the world's military might. So I strongly believe that it is in the interest of the United States to remain in NATO. And there's one other thing, and that is that if you listen carefully to what former President Trump says, and I worked with him, and I had actually a good working relationship with him for 4 years, the criticism is not primarily against NATO. It's against NATO allies not paying enough for NATO. And the good news is that we made a decision in 2014 to increase defense spending to 2%. Allies have delivered on that. Now we went from 3 in 2014 to 23 allies meeting the 2% target. And that's also something they have noticed very so clearly in Washington, both the Republicans and the Democrats.
So this is a banking conference, and the theme is growth. And maybe not everybody knows you're actually an economist. So I wanted to ask you about what you think here in Europe in particular are the main obstacles to growth, but also maybe we were talking a lot about the Capital Markets Union, banking union. What do you think are the biggest challenges for Europe to be a healthy engine of growth in the world?
Yeah. So first, I'll be very careful to start to, tell a conference of economists and banking people how to, in a way, organize their economies in the best possible way. I have been Minister of Finance, I've been Prime Minister in Norway, I'm an economist, but that was actually a decade ago when I worked with domestic Norwegian politics. There are a couple of things I would like to say despite that. One is, of course, that we need to preserve peace. Because without peace, we cannot have prosperity. So therefore, actually investing in our security is a precondition for economic growth. Geopolitics matters much more for our economies now than perhaps you were aware of just a couple of decades ago. Second, I believe that the Draghi report has many good observations and recommendations. Investments are important. And something I've seen from the defense sector, but also that applies for many other of the European industrial sectors, including the financial sector, is fragmentation. So whatever we can do as Europeans, as the European Union, to overcome fragmentation will be extremely helpful also to stimulate economic growth. And one of the things I'm actually quite proud of that we managed during my tenure was to strengthen very much the cooperation between the European Union and NATO. Overcoming fragmentation of the European economies is, I think, the key.
We're out of time, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Without thinking, answer me, are we in the historical parallel in the period before World War II or before World War I? Go, answer. Pre-World War I or pre-World War II?
We can prevent war. So if you're asking me whether we are destined for war, as we were before the First and the Second World War, we can prevent war, but then we need to stand together and we need to send a clear message to Moscow and to any other potential adversary that an attack on one ally will trigger a response from the whole alliance. As long as that's credible, no one will attack us because we are by far the strongest military power in the world.
Jens Stoltenberg, I'll see you in February in Munich. I'm very much looking forward to it. Thank you, the most on-message man on the world stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you mind taking that? Yeah.
Super good, eh? Well, we are close to the end. Just one more session. But we are going to finish with a big, big bang, that is US elections. James, said a lot of things about Jim Messina, and I don't want to repeat it, but I'm going to repeat just a few. He was the brain behind Obama's campaign, that campaign that brought him to be re-elected in 2022. He's one of the greatest minds in US politics. And I have to say that we thought that it was going to be impossible to have Jim Messina with us today because it's very close to the US elections. Then thank you so much for being here in person. And then it will be interviewed by Christina Ridley, that is our regional head for North America. Thank you so much.
All right, here we go. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are in the home stretch and ready for an exciting conversation. Barbara did a wonderful job introducing you, Jim. I'm going to just take one more crack at it. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to introduce, after 6.5 hours of discussion, the elephant in the room. So we're looking forward to a good discussion, but Jim and I have decided in advance if this doesn't go well, we're just going to ask them to play YMCA, and we're going to do some awkward
dancing. We'll dance. Yeah, it'll be great.
Is good for everyone. Look, the best thing I can do in this conversation, Jim, is get out of the way and let you share your insights. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. It is the Thursday before the first Tuesday of November. Give us your current take on the state of the race.
So every night we do 66,000 simulations of the election, like a lot of you bankers in the room do, based on different scenarios. I got the morning numbers this morning of our 66,000 simulations, Christiana. We have Harris winning 50.1% of the time, and we have Trump winning 49.9% of the time. You know, they were talking about our previous speaker, Hans, being the most on message. I'm probably the most off message person, because I don't do this anymore and I don't care, and I can be honest. And you know, I think the more interesting question, because I think polls suck, and I got in lots of trouble because I went on Fox News about a year ago and said that all pollsters should be shot. That was not the smartest thing I've ever done. That gets you two things. It gets you 4 nights on the couch from your wife, and it gets you a very stern lecture from Barack Obama about why. But if you look, we have 15 presidents and prime ministers around the world as our clients, and what you're seeing everywhere is the polls be drastically and dramatically off. So I don't care about what the polls say. What I do care is that as of this morning, 32 million Americans have already voted. And every night of those people, both parties run very sophisticated simulations of who we think those people are and what you can figure out what they're doing. And really, there's 2 main things that are driving American politics. The first is that 72% of Americans think the country is on the wrong track. No incumbent party in the history of the Republic has ever won a presidential election with that number being true. So you should assume, based on that statistic, that Donald Trump will win on Tuesday. You should also assume that he also has a 6-point lead on who's better on the economy. When I ran President Obama's campaign at 2 o'clock in the morning, once a month, Bill Clinton would call my cell phone over and over and over until I picked it up, which was very annoying, but also helpful, because Clinton would say all presidential elections around the world are always a referendum on the future. And that is, in all of our 15 countries we do business in, that has been true. If that is true, Kamala Harris will win this election, because she's laid out a very clear future, and Trump just wants to make it about himself. And so you have these 2 things back and forth. But what can we glean from these 30-some million Americans who've already voted? 2 things. Republicans are doing much better in early voting than they did 4 years ago. There's reasons for this. Last time President Trump told his party not to early vote, which was stupid and not helpful to his own cause. He's figured that out. The second thing is women are voting in higher propensity than any of the polls expected. Since the abortion decision in the United States, polls have been off 5.5% in favor of Democratic candidates, because they missed the one thing that I've spent my entire 55 years on this planet attempting not to do, which is don't piss women off. And I've been very unsuccessful at that, but it is very true. And when you look at the early vote, women are voting in historic numbers. And if you're Kamala Harris, you sleep a little bit better thinking that as well.
Yep. My first question was designed to draw you out on the prediction. Now I want to get you on preparation. Because as you say, you do advise many governments around the world, equally many important corporations. Tell us, when you're in those conversations and in the boardrooms around the world, what are your stakeholders thinking about in terms of preparation? How are they looking at the differences, and how are they looking at the similarities in policy positions?
Yeah, I think there's a couple things that are interesting. Right now, there's just kind of like high-grade panic about Donald Trump coming back among my foreign clients. Not all of them, but most of them. Not because they don't like him, it's just they don't understand the theory of the American case anymore. Like, would we actually walk away from NATO? Would we actually impose 60% tariffs? Would we actually pull aside trade deals? 3 of the things that kind of got America to our preeminent economic situation. The thing I say to everyone is just take a deep breath, because 6 out of the last 7 American elections have been what we call change elections, meaning either the House, the Senate, or the White House flip. And so Americans desperately want one thing, and that is divided government. And it looks like, if you look at our simulations of the election, they're going to get it. You know, we have the Senate flipping from Dems to Republicans. We have the House flipping from Republicans to Dems. And you all can drink some wine later and decide who's going to win the presidential. So it is that close. But what is true is we have divided government. That is, for my clients, for our companies that we deal with, in some ways very good, because it means you'd have to have bipartisanship. We have most of the Trump tax cuts expire at the end of next year. We have a fiscal situation that is getting out of hand. America has to make some very difficult decisions. And the best way, and historically the way we do that best, is with divided government. And so, while people are worried about Trump for a variety of reasons, the thought of having divided government calms them a bit.
So one of the observations I have from my vantage point in the US is that many of the folks I talk to, as they think about the prospects of a second Trump administration, are largely making the assumption that it's going to be similar to the first.
Yep.
Is that a good assumption, or do you think we ought to be prepared for some radically different directions?
My Democrats hate when I say this, but the truth is, Donald Trump's first term, he didn't do much. He didn't get much done. And in part because that was the chaos around it, in part because he was being impeached a couple times, in part because he went through 702 chiefs of staff and members of the cabinet and, all that. What is true is the second term will probably be less chaotic. The first time he didn't know what he was doing, and it's not his fault, he'd never been in any elected office. This time he will know exactly what he's doing. Last time he didn't expect to win, so they didn't do a transition. This time they have laid out the most comprehensive plan called Project 2025 I've ever seen in American politics. They know exactly what they're going to do. And so I believe him at his word. And he and I used to know each other when he was a Democrat. And I think he's going to do some of the things he promises he's going to do. I think our NATO friend previously was very political on this, but I think there's over a 50% chance we would start to unwind our NATO commitments, which I think is an absolute disaster. I think we would absolutely do tariffs. And there would be bipartisanship on that. Because if you think about the two things that both parties agree on right now in the United States, and you know this because you talk to your clients, it is the threat to China, threat from China is the number one thing. And if he attempts to do tariffs on China, the Democrats will help him. So that will happen. So people on the market, I think, have underestimated that and are thinking that wiser heads are going to prevail. I think they're out of their minds. And the second thing that both parties agree on is a threat to big tech and AI. And I think there will be some bipartisanship, no matter who wins the presidency, trying to figure that out.
So let me stick with that for a minute. You've been in the room listening to our speakers throughout the day, and the themes that have come across very strongly have been about the risks of fragmentation, the challenges of European competitiveness. And I'm curious what some of your reactions have been to that, and how you think, respectively, the candidates would look upon the discussions that are happening here in the room today.
It is a really great question. I was just stunned by the quality of your speakers. And Christiana had to get a bunch of emails from me disagreeing with various speakers on points, but I've decided not to use this public thing to argue with a bunch of very smart people. But I think a couple things. I think it would make Americans very, very proud to know how much concern there is about the Inflation Reduction Act and how Europe's going to follow it. Because it was such a partisan thing, and Trump has pledged to get rid of it so quickly that I think that would be super interesting. I think there is a absolute divide in American politics that doesn't exist here on the way forward in Ukraine. And I think the Europeans have been so much stronger and more united than the United States, and could learn from the discussions that we had here today. I think there's some similarities too, and people always think America is this weird thing over here that does crazy stuff. And in many ways, we're just following all of you. And what I mean by that is, the number one issue in America right now is migration. This has been true with all of my campaigns around the world for the past 2 years. In fact, after a couple of campaigns in Europe last year, I went and met with President Biden and said, hey, incumbents are losing everywhere on migration. The Democratic Party's got to go to the center. And you've seen Harris lead in that. The second thing is, like, I think it's fair to say America has the best economy right now in the world. There's no voter who thinks that in the United States. Right. And that is true in Europe too. It doesn't matter how good the leaders are, incumbents are losing all over the place because there aren't answers to some of these really difficult questions of migration, of AI, of job loss. In America, this is the first generation in the history of the United States in 250 years that does not believe the next generation is going to be better off than they are. And that anger is palpable. That anger, you know, is Donald Trump. That anger is Brexit. That anger is kind of what you're seeing in Italy and what you're seeing in Brazil and some of the other places. That stuff is all over the world. It's not just the United States. We're kind of following you on that. And I think long term, we have to really grapple with that.
Sticking with the theme of kind of the European perspective and observations on the US, you called us that crazy little bunch over there doing crazy things people don't understand. One of the things that I do think is very hard to understand from outside the US are the idiosyncrasies of our election systems.
Yes.
Yeah. And the perception of its vulnerabilities to fraud. And if maybe you could unpick that a little bit for an international audience and also give us your take on whether or not, or how well do we think the election results will be accepted? What risks could we be seeing between November and January?
You're just asking me all the depressing questions. No, it's okay.
But you're answering them in such a lighthearted way, so
right.
it's entertaining.
So a couple things. One, we have the safest and most defined and defended electoral system in the world. The only person who doesn't seem to understand or believe that's Donald Trump. And even his own party, even his own people, like, there was no steal of the election. There was over 100 court cases afterwards. Not one of them was successful. There was no stealing of the election. That said, last night, in my opinion, incredibly underreported thing, Donald Trump said last night, I'm ahead in the polls, and the only way I can lose is if they steal it. Well, the only reason you would say those two things is if you think you could lose on Tuesday, and you're setting up the fight afterwards. And so, you know, one of the things, now I'm trying very hard to stay retired from American politics. I'm co-chair of a bipartisan super PAC called Democracy Defenders. We did not know that democracy needed its own super PAC. But it is true, because in the past month, there's been 100 lawsuits filed in the battleground states about who can vote, how they can vote, what they have to show on election day, all of these things. I have two very depressing predictions. One, on Tuesday, we're likely to see some amount of discord, hopefully not violence, but discord at the polls, based on what the former president has told his people to go do. And to make sure, and there's, you know, one of the biggest, in America, one of the best ways to predict politics is watch TikTok. And it's true, we build some of our models based on it. And last night, the #1 TikTok on the right was, the election was that foreign immigrants were voting in the election. Not true, no one's even alleged it, but it's now the #1 most believed thing on one side. So if you believe that, there could be real problems on election day. So that's what's going to happen. Two, we're not going to know who's going to win on election day. If you want to know, please tune in to NBC. I'll be on TV all night on election night, and I'll tell you what we're doing. But we're not going to know. And remember, last time Biden wasn't declared the winner until the Saturday. I think it'll be faster than that because some of the states have sped up their counting laws. But then we're going to be suing each other back and forth. If it's as close, if it really is a tied race, which I believe to my very bones that it is, the courts are going to have discussions for days, if not weeks, to get through this. And it's going to be really important for everyone to take a very deep breath and just understand that these things take time, and you have to go through it. Maybe that we will know very early. The one thing we won't know is who controls the House, because those elections are so close, and most of them are in California and New York, to non-battleground states, and it takes them forever to count their votes. So we won't know who wins control of the House for 2 or 3 weeks, which makes it very hard to figure out how you govern the country going forward.
One of the most perplexing things for me in such a polarized election that we have in the United States is the phenomenon of the perennially undecided voter.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about the demographics in the US and support on the left, support on the right, who's undecided, and how are candidates approaching these various different groups?
Okay, this is my favorite question in the world. Thanks for asking. Everyone should buckle up, because this is pretty much my favorite thing to talk about in the world. Okay, so America is the most partisan country in the world. Only 6% of Americans were ever available to vote for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. 47% of Americans had decided on the first day to vote for Trump. 47% of the Americans decided on the first day to vote for whichever Democratic candidate we've had in the past 6 months. And we fight over the 6%. It is really important to think about who those 6% are. They have an average of 2.8 jobs. They think about politics 4 minutes a week, and 60-some% of them are women, especially women with children, who have an average of a commute of over an hour a day and currently think the economy sucks. And in these 7 battleground states, their economic lives have gotten better because of inflation, or sorry, worse because of inflation, because of COVID, because of a variety of things that neither party could control. And so they're trying really hard to make a decision about 2 things. And people forget it's really 2 decisions. One, are they going to vote? Because we have some of the lowest voter participation rates among all the Western democracies. In America, we think if you spend $4 billion on negative ads beating the hell out of each other, that will make people want to vote. Turns out it's not true. When I did Spanish politics for President Rajoy, I think we spent 30 million euros, and we had much higher turnout than the United States. We're going to spend $4 billion mostly on negative ads and have lower turnout. That being said, those people got to decide if they're going to vote, and then how they're going to vote. Traditionally, those 6% are totally economic voters. They're going to vote on the economy. If that is true, Donald Trump wins. However, these 6%, remember, 60-some% of them are women, and they're super upset about the abortion decision, not even because they're abortion advocates, because most of them are not. They just, unsurprisingly, don't want men telling them what to do. And so they have continually, since that decision, been very fervent to tell male politicians to go to hell. And so if that is true, then Kamala Harris will win. And so those are the 2 things. There's one other number that really moves the models all over the place, 2 more numbers. One is that which voters are more enthusiastic. That has been more predictive than anything else, including the economy. That number today, Kamala Harris has a 12% lead on. 87% of her voters say they're enthusiastic to vote for her, 75% of Trump's. I tweeted this out when you and I were having lunch and said to the American people on my Twitter account, this is the most important number, watch this. Because it really says who will vote. And if she pulls the upset and wins, it's only because of that number. So I think those are who those people are. And remember, of the 320 million Americans, only 7 states matter. The other 43 states have never heard from the presidential campaigns. They didn't see the candidates. It's just down to these 7 states. And they're spending $2 billion wailing away on each other in those 7 states. I went to one of the states last week, and I turned on the TV at night, and I counted 47 consecutive negative political ads on television. That is depressing. And you imagine being there and trying to go through that. The only people who want this election over more than Europeans are Americans.
All right, I'm not going to let you get off the stage without a personal conviction call. We've seen, I don't know if you're a betting man or not, but one of the statistics that I do follow are the betting odds on this, notwithstanding there's relatively limited liquidity in those, but they may be telling to some degree. And throughout the month of October, Trump has had a tremendous lead on all of the betting metrics that one might look at. But interestingly enough, just actually in the last 2 or 3 days since the weekend, the spread is starting to tighten. He was as high as, I think, 65%, 67% likelihood over the weekend. That's now down to 58, 60%, depending on what site you look at. Is that Puerto Rico? Is that the predominantly higher proportion of women who are showing up for early poll voting? Ultimately, my question is, what's your call, Jim, and what's going to make the difference?
So I'll tell you, I'll just non-disclose of my own trading, but I'm on those markets betting on her, because I think if anyone thinks that he has a 58% chance to win, they're out of their fucking minds.
All right, it says it on the screen, unfortunately.
Thank you
With that closing comment, our time is up. We've got 5 days to the election. We're all going to be tuning into NBC News to watch you for that exciting evening. Thanks, everybody. It was a great conversation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cristiano. I'm not sure that we've ever managed that you get to the very end of a day, as Cristiano says, in this room for 6-7 hours, and you don't want it to end. You just sat there thinking, I just wanted to just keep hearing more. It's absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. I'm going to try and just wrap up quickly. I know that it's a long weekend and everyone wants to get away. And there's a hope to just try and say, okay, well, let's make sense of what we heard, having taken on quite such a huge subject, growth in a disrupted world. And I suppose I wanted to say 2 worrying things and 1 potentially good one. When we started today, I couldn't work out how you were going to marry the idea of thinking about growth and the just long list of disruptions in the world. And it seems as though there is a way of seeing it quite clearly, which is we live in an age when our politics is in competition with our prosperity. That if you listened to some of the comments we had at the start of the day, and it was General Petraeus who made this point, not just that geopolitics is back, but that geopolitics is back with a vengeance. It's the ferocity and aggression of geopolitics in the way in which it's affecting our economics. And Anna picked up that point in terms of fragmentation, protectionism, industrial policy, affecting the way in which globalization is being slowed, the idea of tariffs back on the agenda for people on both sides of the political aisle. Our politics seems to be at odds with our prosperity. And I thought that President Metsola from the European Parliament made the point that this is not just between continental economies, it's within our national politics too. That actually, even within our national politics, the idea of political stability is over because our politics itself is the politics of rejection, and it's, as a result, so unstable. And the whole thread of, if you like, my kind of generation, which was around opening up of global markets, of easing economics, of improving prosperity, seems to be taking a real knock because there is this overwhelming idea of economic sovereignty, economic autonomy. And so there's politics versus prosperity in the context of economics and trade and globalization, and then there's politics versus prosperity in terms of national security. You just needed to hear Jamil talking to Jens Stoltenberg, but through the course of the day, you keep on hitting this idea that for one reason or another, we are thinking about every dollar as a political investment in a contest with Russia, in a contest with China, in a contest for AI dominance. And the reality of national security concerns means the politicization of our economy too. So I suppose that's the thread, I would say, if we're being really realistic and a little bit downbeat. You can't get away from the fact that we're into 2025, we're going to see more fragmentation because we're going to see this contest between politics and prosperity. The reason I'll leave you with 1 positive thought is that, not taking away from what Jim had said about immigration dominating politics or culture wars still being, a factor, or, arguments that we've long had over justice, etc. The one thing that you have heard, I think, today is the growth consensus. I haven't heard a time, probably in a couple of decades, where it wasn't quite so clear to quite so many people that the challenge in terms of meeting demographics and public policy, in terms of meeting defense requirements, in terms of meeting climate transition, is growth. And everyone talking in different economies around the world saying, how are we going to get to growth? Different arguments about how you get there, but the same view that growth is ultimately the thing that people need to get to. And I'll just pick up on 2 points here. One was, actually, we had an amazing collection of central bankers. Central bankers, either present or past, from Spain, Mexico, Germany, the Netherlands. If you think about this conference in years gone by, the tension in the room in the relationship between banks and central bankers, capital levels, sense of security within the banking system, this felt like a time where the central bankers were much more confident and the banks confident too, and the question is about how to release that capital for growth. And then alongside it, policymakers, who it seemed too were much clearer about let's get behind policies for growth, not least that kind of gap between the start of the day where we heard that Capital Markets Union and Banking Union had 0% chance of happening, and then, you know, Enrico Letta said by the end of the day, no problem, it's about 80 to 100%. That you had this sense that there are policymakers who get the sense that enough is enough. A Europe that is growing as slowly as this is just not a viable prospect for the future. And there comes a moment where politics returns to focusing on economics. So my one positive thing for you to take away is that I think that thing we have learned is something that American political consultants learned a long time ago. Many of you will remember that there was another Democrat advising Jim's old friend Bill Clinton, who weeks before the 1992 election said, it's the economy, stupid. It feels as though we've come back to that. So that is the summary in my notebook of what we'd said. I should say one other thing. I always come into this room thinking, how are we possibly going to see the world in a place that is entirely windowless? How is it in this dark space we're going to hear anything or learn anything? And the reality is because there's an amazing group of people at Santander who pull together some, as Jim said, of the smartest, most interesting people in the world. And I have the great fortune of flying in, getting to talk to all of these people and thinking, oh my God, I see the world more clearly as a result of it. I hope you felt the same today too. That wouldn't happen if Manolo and Barbara and George and Cecilia and Raquel and Theo didn't spend an enormous amount of time calling people, cajoling them, twisting their arms, encouraging them, promising the great delights of Madrid. So please join me in thanking their team at Santander for making it possible for us to hear from all the people we heard from today. Thank you very much.